Oh, there's been patch notes. Hold the fucking phone. We're gonna look at that real quick. Okay, 1 second. Y'all are coming with me into Steam. There you go. Pum pum pum. We're fixing the annoying bug with Blade Dancer and Assassin abilities. Which one? Are they actually going to fix the Assassin bug that's been going on for forever? Hold up. Okay, 1 second. Log fixes additional reactivity for Aerogun. Oh, nice. Enemies become immune to attacks during the first turn of combat. Hilarious. Epilogues related to whatever. Okay. Some commands in the bottomless pit lacked an epilogue. Delightful. An issue causing multiple Zarkov-related episodes to not be displayed. Epilogues related to Turquoise 4 were not displayed in a certain choice if a certain choice was made. Epilogues related to Nuncius were not displayed if a certain choice was made. Added missing background images to some epilogues. Thanks. DLC3 companion banter had incorrect conditions and never popped up. Okay. Eogan will no longer sometimes insert his comments that were meant for another conversation. Thank you, Eogan. Eogan's options not correctly displayed in Zarkov Chronicles 1 and 3. Fixed a bug which made it possible to repeatedly call Solmorn to the bath, causing his dialogue to break. Aww. And equipment to disappear. Oh no. Well, I mean, yeah, he had to take a bath. Added additional reactivity for Eogan to several key places, including Pascal's second quest. Yeah. Siberian still appearing on the Void Ship bridge after being given away. Added subtitles in all languages, improved the dialogue with the Deathwatch captain, added additional Ulfar and Eogan reactivity. Fixed some missing character Bantan or Manajai's quest. Hold up. What? There was missing character banter? So on top of all the bugs I already know about Marajai, there are still some I don't even know. Great. Self-surgery. Event will no longer appear if we already know the truth about Nuncius. Fair. Vodka and Johnner will no longer die in battle with the Drover. Thanks. Added additional clarifying objectives and quest markers to multiple of the Infinite Motion DLC quests. Added an option to give the core to the Adeptus Mechanicus after the return from Tier Quest 4. Fair. Rewarded an errand about waiting for the end of Zarkov excavation for better clarity and understanding how long the player needed to wait. Fair. Abelard will now make his comments regarding the Creek soldiers in time, not a few encounters later. Your trusted Seneschal is not that old yet. Fixed a broken dialogue with Marjai, Heinrichs, and Juliet at the Spire. Of all the things for you to fix. Really? Yay. Fixed about causing the bath scene with Juliet to have a long, odd pause in the beginning. Well, she was contemplating life. The death from above and blade dance ability didn't work with Scourging Strikes talent and where it hurts ability. Okay. Assassin's talent, imminent demise now properly scales. I think that might be it. I think that was the assassin ability that's been broken for the longest time. Let me see if I can find it. Vulnerable effect. Vulnerable. The character suffers plus number of vulnerable stocks times per. More damage from the assassin's attacks. That's pretty good, yeah. That, I think, makes ranged assassins viable now. So Irliet with an assassin build makes more sense now. If this is... Was that it? Something like that. I think so, yeah. Clenched teeth was sometimes not working. Was it executioner? Anyway. Clenched teeth was sometimes not working. Fixed about causing enemy reinforcements that arrive during combat to become immune to single target damage. Killing Trazen while he is under the effect of Word of Histories no longer breaks the fight. Yay. Komara debuff will be now correctly removed from Pascal if the Xeno augmentation was removed. Thanks. Fixed a bug during the battle with the Chronomancer, which would cause Zoriel to stay in combat forever if the Chronomancer was killed before his arrival. The augmentation screen is no longer available during the Heartless Arbites scenario and Cabela's search of the lower decks. Trazen will no longer use Mind Shackle Scarabs on the Rogue Trader. Thanks. That's nice of him. Assassin's talent, imminent demise now properly scales damage from attacks. Thank you. I like that that shows up twice. Even in your bug fixes list, there are bugs. I love them. Truly. Captain Walls sometimes refuses to die. Well, fuck you. Skill issue. Locking the combat. Malpian Shroud will no longer do in some rare cases. Could not be equipped. Of massive base damage when used with Kick or Slice. Visuals, Eogan's body will no longer disappear after installing certain augments. Aww. Improved some cutscenes in the cage. Improved Siberian soldiers' animations at Zarkov. Improved the Krieg battle cutscene. Okay. Lasguns were sometimes losing textures after the wielder's death. Fixed level up window missing some sounds. The Infinite Museum achievement will no longer require keeping Siberian alive. Kill the Xenos achievement had a typo in its code that caused it to never pop up. Fixed. No comments. Marajai continues. Extremely bugged. I cry. I cry every team. I guess I'm gonna do, yeah, Fender Yolda. This one. There we go. Sorry. Now you guys can actually see the game. Almost forgot. Almost. Dragonar! Thank you for the subscription. That's 7 months. Awesome. Over half a year. Is that really it? God damn. Oh, Lord.
Domin, sacred oval. Elantak, I trust your journeys were fruitful.
Rogue trader, what disputation will you honor Nuncius and me with today?
This is weird. He doesn't... Nuncius isn't here anymore. It's kind of weird that he keeps saying that. Anyway.
I've...
Find our conversation stimulating. Yes. Oh, my muffin. Mm. Really? Pastille? Come the fuck on. My husband saw my hands shaking. He was like, go eat lunch. Your husband's correct. So we're hanging out now? Awesome. I have a muffin. I'm your muffin? Aww. No. Nom, nom, nom. Have a nice stream. Thank you. Yes, it is a chocolate muffin. Fucking awesome. Drukari structures? Why? The fuck? Alright. They were around here. The scouts carefully inspected every piece of land in the marked area and discovered a camouflaged pit studded with strong, thin needles. In a niche sunk into the wall of the trap glitters a volumetric flask with an ugly creature that looks like several brains stuck together. What the fuck is it? It's a Medusa, a parasite capable of registering emotions and transferring them to its masters. This thing was left here as the equivalent of a pict recorder, collecting the suffering of the Drukhari victims. Oh, can I have some? This is the last one. Did you make it or buy it? No, I bought it. I don't have time to bake anymore. Feels bad. Destroy the abomination. Collected, destroy, pain blocker. Nice. A wax lily bearing the symbol of the Inquisition. Other objects in the grass, yep. Drukhari trophy. A segment of the dry grass a few meters in front of the prints from the ladder has been cut as if scythed. Among the chopped stems lies a piece of Drukhari trophy, a flap of dark skin stretched out by thin chains. Most of it is covered by a tattoo, a silhouette of a storm or tornado, and a black symbol composed of curved lines and sharp blades. Isn't that the Reaving Tempest? I have a ham and cheese sandwich with red onion and tomato. Sounds delightful. And one of Zinch's mangoes on the side. I'm not gonna. Why would I burn away the trace of the Xenos presence? Why the fuck would I do that? What do I even gain from that? Yeah, sure, why not? Sounds like the Reaving Tempest, yeah. I don't know, though. Ask the Reaving Tempest incarnate on your ship. Well, I guess I will. Hey, Marjai. Do you have any idea what the fuck that was? We just had a patch today. It had so many patches. Oh, Amethyst. They fixed the Blade Dancer. The Blade Dancer bugs. It should be better now. They fixed some pretty major Blade Dancer and Assassin bugs. So it should work better now. On the Assassin side, though, I think the particular fixes that they did, I could be wrong. This isn't my expertise, but the fix that they did for Assassin helps characters that pick Assassin but are ranged. So Assassin Earliet is now viable again.
What do you crave?
You. Okay, we don't have any questions for him. And he's still bugged here.
Now that I've gained a foothold...
Yep.
Then go.
Let me check something.
What do you crave?
The answer's still the same, sweetie. There's only 3 options. Marja glances around the bridge for a moment. Crazed Xenos. Hold up. I want to see that. I've never seen that. It must be something I've never done, because it must require me to be mean to him or some shit like that. I'm sure that's the case. Few too many, but sure, I'll check. Hmm. Why are there so many things with the same name? This is really annoying, actually. Glances around the bridge. For a moment. Interesting. Whatever. Anyway.
Then go.
No, nothing. Let's go. Delightful. Now, either is this one or the one at the top. It is this one. So that answers that. Oh. Okay. Here we go. You can recruit Incendia. Yeah, she's one of the secret...
I always keep my options open.
Secret companions. You can get if you do very specific things. She's one of the 3 secret companions. All but buried under a thick layer of dust, these crates contain equipment still in prime condition. It is as though even in the face of death, the tech priests would not dare offend the machines' spirits by handling the equipment with anything less than reverence.
The way out is blocked. The stairs have collapsed.
and there are dead tech priests everywhere. What in the void happened here?
Long story. Nothing good. Is the short answer.
The machine god was benevolent to me.
Skatari, whose flesh and armor have been disintegrated in various places, judging by their wounds, they were shot with in a hasty retreat.
Let us not dawdle.
Dark house of lifeless eyes could flare with the flame of ancient hatred at any moment. Oh, they could. Blocked on purpose.
That's how it's done.
System of pylons used by small Xenos repair machines to move around the crypt. Delightful. Truly fucking delightful. Oops. Wrong button. Wrong button. Okay. Nothing up there. There we go.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Ah. Come to Bassus for seeing the impudent perpetrator must be destroyed. Rise, ye who have known slumber, and exact your punishment.
Exterminate on sight.
I'll make it happen. I won't compromise my principles.
I will be your undoing. Commencing.
Immortal. Funny name, buddy.
A perfect killing strike. Slow and painful is the way. I'm done playing with you. What a useless plaything. Broken already? You will not killing strike. I'm done playing with you. I will savor your delectable anguish.
I'm ready for whatever comes. Here's my perfect moment.
I will herd the prey. What a useless plaything. Broken already? Behold.
Marshall's name is ridiculous. Well, yeah, I'm
Don't
essentially
distract me.
using a, how do you say, an exploit.
It's a perfect killing strike.
Alcat refuses to fix it. It's not my problem.
I will wipe your disgusting presence out of existence!
Okay.
On it.
I move as if unseen.
I'll make it happen.
There we go. We got the stairs. That's all I wanted. Go, Marshall.
I am the raving tempest incarnate! Oh, I don't think so. Oblivion approaches. I'm done playing with you. What a useless plaything! Broken already! I yearn for agony. Reassemblement commencing. I'm done playing with you. What a useless plaything. Broken already?
We done? We done. Nice. I do love me a good game breaker. Argente's completely busted my playthrough. She soloed the Homunculus Lair for me in Act 4. 2 turns each. Yeah. Ever since I managed to get the combo that Marajai has right now, I have been one rounding, almost one turning every single fight since. With very few exceptions. Trazen was pretty tough. It took me like 2 or 3 turns. Lost Confessions of Magus, whatever the fuck, run.
Is there money to be made?
Yeah. Skill issue. Skill issue, bro. Wait, I think I fucked up. No, I didn't. I didn't. All good. Look at Marzipan go. Oh yeah. He do be going.
I always keep my options open.
Okay. I think we got everything. Oh, sorry. I am never beating the EP allegations. Malefice, Pestilence, and Unraveling. Shimmer forebodingly like a martyr, gasping for air as life drains from them. Who has known eternity? I heed mine girding words that I spoke at the dawn of the wrathful stars. He who is condemned to torture by imprisonment must languish forever in the labyrinth of many dimensions, lest their plagues befall us. A minute breach in the impossible prison would suffice for the spiteful will, the destructive thought incarnate in unperishing flesh to obliterate existence. I lay my hand upon the vessel of the past, and I am revealed in the doom that awaits one who breaks the commandments. Malefice? My lord, in my measureless eternity, I remember their doom. I am revealed the first plague, the Malefice, a wormhole that invades the very essence of thought. Cuts through the darkness of eternal sleep like a cold, you sense wrongness. Fellows are faced with the same fate. Almost as soon as they emerge from their stasis sarcophagi, they freeze like mangled statues, tilt sideways and collapse, crashing to the floor. Maddened legions march mindlessly past them towards a gaping chasm and tumble obediently into its merciless maw. Damn. Even while being flooded with Xenos visions, your mind remains sound enough to analyze the incoming information. Now you grasp the nature of the pernicious Malefice. Someone powerful on the outside is broadcasting insidious interferences that disrupt the Xenos' awakening from their stasis sleep. Madness is the nearest human equivalent of the effect this has on them. Frozen in a silent scream, you feel the haze of approaching madness cloud your mind as it is overrun by rows of distorted emerald green symbols. As soon as their glow becomes unbearable, they go out at once, and you find yourself standing beside the black slab again. Right under your hand, the symbol for Malefice vanishes from the smooth black surface. Are you injured? Sound of mine? Why am I even asking? The answer has been obvious for a while. Abelard! Abelard, what the fuck? Come on. Chill. Do you go poking your fingers into every kind of Xenos filth you encounter? I will not be dignifying that question with an answer. Eidvater, or have you just taken a liking to this? Would you like me to chop off that hand before something happens? It will be quick and almost painless. We'll choose a nice augment for it, no? The rogue trader is not compromised. Brain cell damage is within the acceptable range. What do you mean acceptable range? The acceptable range is none. Eogan, what the fuck? Repeated interaction is permissible. No, I'm good. Ah, do it again, Domina. I think I'm good. Thank you, Maraja. I love you, honey.
Let us not dawdle.
Star Transfiguration, Imprisonment. Geometric shapes appear on its surface. The three brightest ones are... Testament to edify my spirit so that after my reveries, vision comes to pass eternally. I may shed my oblivion of that which I lost when I gained all, and that which I gained when I lost all. I absorb the lifeless images, unheedful of the fleeting moments, for eternity is my worship. I lay my hand and hearken until my memory is an imperishable tomb wherein the ashes of time past or laid to rest. Next, Book of Wisdom. Books of Wisdom. Knowledge received from the Omnissiah himself by his most beloved children. Knowledge that led to the most terrible betrayal of all. Stop, Magos. The blessings of the Omnissiah has touched neither these slabs nor those intended to use them. The ones you call Nephilim or Xenos, more insidious and dreadful than humankind has ever known. The tablets that speak through eternity. The secrets they conceal within themselves are sinister, yet they carry the truth across eons. Do you realize, Rogue Trader, that only a select few among the living have experienced this? The knowledge entombed within this vessel is akin to a double-edged lancet. My lord, I behold the truth of the fate that befell them. Fashioned by our touches, their imprisonment is our liberty. This is the enthroned truth that reigns supreme. Thus delivered from transient life's decay, we came forth as mighty unity. Guided by them, who had now sated themselves, we turned our foes to naught. But their tyranny had not made us oblivious to deception. Preparations were made, and armaments were fashioned, and they were shattered, and their fragments were engulfed in timeless tesseract prisons. There was war. Born before death itself, they were strangers to existence. Therefore, my lord, I place one of these prisons in your immortal custody. For as long as Yekmet endures, so too will its impregnable walls. Yeah. They drank stars.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
I want to feel bad for the Necrons. But sometimes it's a little hard. But they are quite tragic themselves. It is not as if the Eldari were the had the exclusive rights to being the absolute most tragic fucking
I always have a
race
backup
in
plan.
Warhammer 40k. I think between the Eldari and the Necrons, it's definitely a tie. All this happened because space frogs didn't want to fix their sun. Yeah. The thing is that there's the space frogs you speak of, from their perspective, it was as if a fucking amoeba was talking to them and demanding that they fix the sun. And on the one hand, it's pretty shitty that they didn't, but on the other hand, I can see how the space frogs would look at a bunch of amoebas and not assume that they would just rebel and successfully fucking drive them out, you know? It's like, yeah, no, that makes sense. It makes sense that they wouldn't have foreseen that, you know? If a little ant colony demanded that I turn off the lights in a room and I refused to do so, I wouldn't assume that this would lead to the extinction of my species. It's not a very reasonable assumption to make, I'm just saying. Reflected in myriad eternities, would they be the same? I would fix the amoeba, son. That's fair. I probably would too. Well known to me is an identical to the other worlds, nor is the one with them. The other manifestations in likeness will wage wars upon me, seeking to absorb and thus obliterate me. I dare not lose my way and doom my eternity to perdition. I am firm in my memory that mine alone is the true eternity, whose existence is rightful. I will shatter the mirrored unlikeness. Distortions of causality. Hostile to one another. Okay. Thanks.
Keep your wits about you.
It's like there was this really fun, I think it was a Tumblr post originally, of people talking about, you know, why is it that people have so many stories about, you know, summoning some ancient being, dark god, eldritch horror, Cthulhu, whatever, right? And then asking it to do something, and then that being does it. And it's like, why would they? The one about ants. Yeah. And it's like, well, if an ant, or you know, like if an ant walked up to you, and then, not just an ant, right? Like, if ants just randomly walked up to your house and then started drawing circles on the floor and making offerings to you, all of it to, like, ask you for a fruit, you too would look at it and go, oh, that's pretty fucking funny. And then you'd probably give them the fruit because that's funny. You probably would, just out of curiosity, just because you want to see what happens next, you know? It's just... That is probably how Cthulhu sees the mortals too, you know? Or, not necessarily Cthulhu specifically, but yeah. That is probably how those types of beings would see a human being, going out of their way to, curry favor with them. It's like, you would. Why not? The humans have put on their fancy clothes and done their dance and drawn some symbols and sacrificed a goat. And now they're asking you for something so small to you that it's like, why not? Why wouldn't you give it to them and see what happens? King in Yellow 100% does. There you go. Lord Captain, there was an incident on the flight deck. Yeah, Ulfar went off like a fucking goofball. A scouting party led by the Rogue Trader herself makes planetfall in the frozen world. Yeah, we're gonna have to deal with him. I don't remember if... I will personally rush into battle. There we go, we found the goofball. Oh. Happy lurking. Happy endgame, off to play altars and read K-mangas like well-adjusted adult. Based. Okay. Ulfar, my dear. What the fuck? Where is he again? Shipboard Chapel. Voxmaster. Oh. I thought it was Yanris I needed to talk to. Oopsie. Let's go talk to him. We having a good day, buddy? Vater, I must thank you for saving me. I had a difficult battle. I think the Emperor, he did not take you from us to join his heavenly host, my lord. I'm glad you survived, Ulfar. I always survive. Why did you decide to go to that world alone? So I did not have to bury your body in the snow, Vater. It is not out of arrogance that wolves do not allow mortals into our affairs, just because the burden of those deeds is heavy and they reek of death. Just consider that what kind of threat you could have been facing in a place where an entire pack of Astartes has disappeared. If I had risked you for the sake of fulfilling my vows, would that have been worth of me? Would that have been worthy of me? I always survive, famous last words. In this case, he's saying it because he thinks he's cursed to never die a glorious death, so... He actually says them sadly. Let's go. Those who are about to die salute you. Jesus. Hey, Ulfar. You're not having a good day, are you, buddy? He's a sad little puppy. Literally. Love the person who's been going through my VODs of when I was streaming myself playing Arcanum and leaves comments in each VOD. I mean that literally. I do love that he's leaving comments. But one of his comments is like, you know, saying, I'm sure you're going to love Portugal if you're not already there. And I was like, you've been watching all of those VODs and you've picked up on the fact that I was moving to Portugal, but you didn't pick up on the fact that I'm from there? Is there an option to boop his nose? Bro, I wish. That'd be so funny. There should be an option to boop Ulfar's nose. Say, boop the snoot. Giggle, and then the game just ends. And it's one of the secret endings. Because you die. You just fucking die right there. On that moment. But it's worth it. You go down in history as the only mortal to have ever booped the snoot of an Astartes. Any Astartes, really, but especially from a space wolf, and live to tell the tale. Well, not live, you didn't live. But, you know, you still got away with it. You lived for a whole 5 seconds afterwards, you know? Star puppies. Yeah. Star puppies. Oh. We're 2 weeks away from my birthday. Nice. I'm sure 2 weeks from now I'll forget about it again.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Well, my parents will remind me, probably.
I can cut your eyelids for you to see better.
Isn't he delightful? We need to grab... I was surprised that you're from Portugal, too. It is something that it's mentioned quite a fair bit. Idira... No, not Idira. No, that was Abelard. Iliet, there we go. I think that's everyone. I guess I should grab Argent. I think she'd like this. Nah, it's okay.
Let us not dawdle.
Was that supposed to be a challenge?
I heard Marjai's voice in my head just perked up from spacing out. I understand. I understand that. You should have... Oh my god. There's a hilarious fucking VOD. So, Marjai's voice actor, Will, he streams every now and then on Twitch. And every now and then, if you watch one of his streams, you could just be like watching it, and randomly, and I mean randomly, out of absolutely nowhere, he'll just say something with Marajai's voice, like completely out of nowhere. Girl, you should have seen my fucking face. I wasn't even watching, I was just like lurking. I was listening to the stream, but I was like working on a different computer, so I wasn't watching. And then suddenly, out of completely nowhere, I just hear him in Marajai's voice say something very suggestive, and I swear to God, for several seconds, I forgot what I was doing. My mind just went blank. I was like, what?
A space wolf never fails.
I was working. I was in the middle of working. Holy fuck. The bodies of uninformed... Watching his stream is not for the faint of heart. You understand me? Yeah. Have you saved it? No, I wasn't streaming at the time, so... His VODs are on YouTube, though, so if you look hard enough, you can find the VOD and you can see me in his chat literally telling him, oh my god, where did that come from? Or something like that.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
The scouts discovered Ulfar's lifeless body here. Wait a moment. Okay.
Can't hide from me. You belittle me with this.
Engaging in
Keep your wits
fangirl
about
behavior.
you.
I was being very chill the entire time, and then he just whipped out the fucking Marjai voice out of nowhere, and it's like, holy
I
fuck.
caught sight of something.
Sir, that startled me. That almost gave me a fucking heart attack.
You delegate this menial task to me.
There are some
Look, over there.
there are some voice actors who
Triumph is my
stream?
birthright.
and their streams are like genuinely
You
really
belittle me with
entertaining.
this.
Will is one of them. The other one is this. So in Baldur's Gate 3, there's a character called Roland. That voice actor, he also streams, and his stream's really fun as well. And the other one is from Kingdom Come Deliverance. The noble guy who's a potential romance in the second game. I forgot his name just now, but his voice actor also streams, and he is very, very entertaining
I always have a backup
as a
plan.
streamer. Hans, yeah. His voice actor is extremely entertaining. There are other voice actors that stream, but personally, those are like my three favorite in terms of genuine just stream entertainment value. And there they are, dead. My brothers. Once again, fate has barred me from traveling to the Hall of the Allfather with my brothers. Furious battle. Oh boy. And now we get drunk with him. Well, drunk and high. A little bit of both. We get intoxicated. God damn it. Oh, there we go. Ah, my eyes. One sec. I'm just gonna lower the intensity of that fucking light, because holy shit. Oh, I can see now. Last time I was in that state, I imagined that a train was chasing me in the middle of a forest. Not fun at the time, but hilarious in retrospect.
You dare cross an agent of the throne?
If not me.
Of course you will, honey.
I will savor in delectable anguish.
Tear them to shreds, brothers!
With perfect Slow and painful is the way.
There we go. I ain't reading all that. By the power of icy Fenris in her was quiet. The father's death had caught her unawares. Okay. Chapter. There we go. Came back to Twitch after over a decade because of you, and I absolutely have no idea what's going on this platform. Those VA streams recommendations sound pretty nice for a comeback too. Well, there you go. Ceremonial Force Heart for Sorrow. And Miss Yola. There we go. Oh, delightful. So that's how that looks. Okay. Is that it? No, we need to go talk to Ulfar. Where's Ulfar?
Oh. Vater, it is good to see you.
You too, buddy.
I swear that your name will not be forgotten when I return to Fenris and sing my saga.
I should express once again my sorrow for your fallen brothers. What will you do now? Lost every pack?
The pack is no more. I could become... The curse is strong. There is no doubt about that. But my spirit is stronger. Do you remember when I was overcome with rage in the Wreathing Tempest spot? When I told you of the death of my brothers Arnulf and Skjoldi? You paid... When we stood over the body of my brother, your counsel, Edvetter. Dreams brought on... I could...
Okay, is that it? Are we done? Holy shit, we can actually go to the end. Holy fuck. God damn. What a fucking miracle. I love this game, but... It just goes on. It just keeps going. Ah, here we go. Make planetfall on epitaph. Ooh. Cute. Students die from this world. Metal contains the same substance from which the pyramids are made. Okay. Oh, dying star. Back in the day, it used to be huge and angry with a bite to it, not this half-dead firefly. Deadly beasts like that, Luminary Reader swears that the rays of the star would have continued withering all life in the system for millions of years or more. It was too young to have faded like this. It's like it was gnawed out. It was the kind of star that... Oh. Okay. It was attacked. Suddenly and fiercely. A hungry predator bit into its magnetic field and drank as much of its energy as it could. The predator was starving and would have surely devoured the star whole had it had more time. Nomos, how the fuck are you in my goddamn phone call right now? I do not know, but I can read the traces of what was committed here, as if I have seen it happen 100 times. We're done here. Nomos is being creepy again. The robot's being creepy. A shuttle of Imperial make is detected among the rocky gorges of the planet alongside two nearby Xeno objects, monolithic structures embedded into the landscape. When scanned, the objects distort the signal, but no signs of enemy activity nor signals from the shuttle are found. Nailed it. Okay.
Let us not dawdle.
Huge potential lies hidden within you. Strong in body and will, a stubborn, intractable victim. You would make an excellent pain toy.
Making a biomancer feel sick to his stomach is a true accomplishment, Xenot. Spare me any more of your enthusiasm.
I love the fucking conversations between Marja and Heinrichs. They're fucking brilliant. Well, if you can call them conversations, 99% of them are just Marajai baiting the fuck out of Heinrichs and Heinrichs falling for it. Marajai, my beloved, truly. Yep, that's it. Pain toy. Is this that romanticy I've been hearing about on the tiki-talkie? Yep, apparently, yep. That is exactly what it is. That's what this is.
Your kind has no right to exist!
Death stands before you.
Marjai, go.
It's as good as done. On it. I'll see to it personally.
I am the raving tempest incarnate!
Love them. But there's a Russian fanfic for them as well.
I will
There's
hurt
plenty
the
of English
prey.
ones too, I assure you.
I'll revel in you!
Wishing damage to bulk.
I yearn for agony.
Commencing.
What a useless plaything! Broken already?
When
I
they
will savor your delicious.
will they stop coming? Holy shit. Bruh. Die already.
What?
Oh, do I have to kill the thingy? Oh, my bad.
No. It would be beneath me to even attempt it.
I'm sorry.
You should feel honored to witness this.
And why would I do that?
And why would I do that? Why is he such a little shit? I love him.
Behold,
I'm gonna need someone with ranged weapons.
oblivion approaches. It is
Yeah. I need someone ranged. The amount of Marzipan enjoyers is concerning. In my chat, well, makes sense, you know. People who are into similar things tend to walk around together. But in general, no, there's very few of us. It's an extremely small community. We're just kind of loud, I guess. Well, we're loud within our own community, and then people keep coming in and being really obnoxious about it. And they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming, and it don't stop coming. Truly. I need to swap. I need someone else.
Who if not me? I refuse. I'll see to it, personally. I'll make it happen. I won't stand for it. It's as good as done. On it.
This tedium is beneath me.
There
I
we go.
understand your intent. I am
Significant.
Yeah, she doesn't deal as much damage as Marjai.
in the name of Kaela Mensha Kane.
Delightful. Marjai, dear. I need you to go in again.
I'll see to it personally.
Oh, Jesus. That's how I feel as a day one Commander Shepard x Jack lover. Oh, Jack! Yeah, she's quite sweet. We're a small minority, but we matter, dang it. Hell yeah! You convinced me to ship my John Paul II with Marjai, though. I wasn't a fan before. I'm proud of you. I like how when RT meets his alters, they're like, what the fuck, bro? He killed your people and he sat on your chair. Even the heretic one. I actually... First of all, I agree. It's really funny. But I actually really, really like that moment if you have Marjai with you. Assuming it's not bugged. Marjai listens to all three of your alternative versions say how they killed him, and he genuinely has the realization that it's like, wow, in every other life, in every other alternate dimension, sorry, alternate timeline, I'm dead. Like, this is the only one where I live. It's like, yeah. Which is such good, like, meta storytelling, because this is also true if you're thinking of everyone else's playthroughs as the alternative realities. In the vast majority of people's playthroughs, Marjai is dead. Only very few playthroughs does he get to live, which is the ones where people like me play the game, which is, again, a minority, as I was saying. We are a very small minority of the community. So, literally, in real life, in very few playthroughs, in very few alternate timelines, does Marjai actually live. If I be a heretic, I feed his ass to shoot with thirst. Yeah, exactly. Kind of like in Dragon Age Origins, all the other origin stories get mentioned and slightly canonized. Oh, that! Yes! I love that. That was one of my favorite little details in Origins. I love that so much. I can't kill him. He's my little plaything. I can't kill him. He's my fucking poor little Mew Mew.
I will herd the prey.
Yeah, he's a little shit, but he's my little shit. I didn't notice it until my second playthrough of DAO. When did I notice it? Technically, I noticed it on my second playthrough, because the way that I experienced Dragon Age Origins the very first time was I started the game and a friend of mine told me to play, basically. And I was like, okay, what should I play as? Like, what origin do you recommend? And he was like, oh, you know, you like playing elves, and it's really interesting to do the city elf. So I played as a city elf at the beginning. What an intro. Holy fuck. Like dogs, Shiani. But then the problem was that I got from there to the Tower of Magi. And as soon as I got in, I realized that I didn't know what was going on. And I felt like I was missing something. Like I just didn't have enough context. Like I just felt like I was missing something. And then my friend said, actually, if you pick the Magi as your starting origin, then you start in the tower, and then you get a lot more context, and you'll get a lot more information. And I was like, oh, shit. So I stopped that playthrough. My very, very first original playthrough was actually stopped in that moment. And I restarted the game as a Magi, as a mage elf. And then that playthrough is the one that I went all the way to the end. And in that playthrough, I got the realization that the other versions of me were dead when I basically ran into them. And when I realized, you know, that much later on that Shiani was alive and the dad was alive, I think, as well, but my girlie was dead. The original city elf I was dead. Third playthrough? Yeah, for me it was the second one.
I will savor your delectable anguish.
Is that it?
Suffering is an acquired taste, and I'm eager to enlighten those who lack natural discernment.
Keep your eye on the prize.
I love that line. Very cute. My second playthrough, I noticed, but I didn't realize the human noble, the origin I started with, was being mentioned. And then the third playthrough, when I did the dwarf noble and realized I was the son of the king that had been exiled in my other playthroughs. Yep. People who played the dwarf, origins kind of get a much more obvious...
Is there money to be made?
Realization of...
Success.
It's a lot easier for you to...
I accept.
It's a lot easier for you to realize the other origins exist in all playthroughs, essentially. If you're playing as the dwarfs. The other ones are a little less... slightly less obvious. They're still there. You can still see it, but it's a little less obvious. I think the Dwarf Blanche as the first is the easiest way to realize the interconnect and softly canon of the other origins. Yeah. BioWare writing was strong back then. BioWare's writing was always strong. It's just how much interference from EA they got. That was the issue. People always underestimate just how much the like corporate overhead will interfere with a studio's ability to make a good game. Like you really just don't foresee it. Like you don't. And I wonder if a lot of the companies who sold, a lot of the people who chose to sell the studio to these like bigger companies, I wonder if they were aware and they still made the choice, or if they genuinely just underestimated how much their corporate overlords would end up interfering with their ability to make games. I don't know. Rest was MMO. Yeah, it was a poorly implemented MMO that was never turned back into a single player. Inquisition. Yeah, probably one of my most controversial takes in gaming is that I don't like Inquisition. I don't like Dragon Age Inquisition. I don't. The story in Dragon Age Inquisition, top fucking notch. The characters, mwah. The actual gameplay is so bad, I can't finish. I cannot finish a single playthrough of that game. I can't. I quit. I rage quit. It's that bad. Just, that's not controversial. Oh, it is. It is, because Inquisition won a fucking Game of the Year award that year that it came out, buddy. So clearly, a lot of people really fucking love it. So yeah, I was not a huge fan of Inquisition. Though, as you said, DA2 is incredibly divisive as well. That one is true, and I also hold the less popular take there because I love Dragon Age 2. It's my favorite Dragon Age. But I understand why people dislike it, don't get me wrong. It just so happens that the ways in which Dragon Age 2 is bad just so happens to line up with things in video games that don't bother me that much, whereas they bother other people a lot, which is why they can't get past it. I imagine that is probably how Dragon Age Inquisition is for other people, where the reason they really love it is because the ways in which Dragon Age Inquisition sucks, for me, are ways that they just don't bother those people as much as they bother me. So for them, it's doable. They can see past it, whereas I can't. Also managed doing sick whoosh whoosh rolls. It's not ridiculous. Nah, DA2 is undercooked as shit. DA2 is beautiful. DA2 is... Mwah! That's an understatement if there ever was one. It is, yeah. I know. I know what you guys are talking about. I've never seen anything like them before, but pounds of the ships to priest. Star corpses. Cello-side victims. I played DA2 all the way up to the final boss and I said, I'm not having fun, I'm bored. Turned it off, never finished it. I had a ton of fun playing DA2. Realized I've been bored to tears only the same ton of time. There you go. Game's not for you then. Not your thing. What got them so riled up? They're angry. I hate how dirty they did some characters. Like what? What do you mean exactly? Because that's a very broad statement is all. So I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about there. But do go off, King. Do go off. Anders doing Mage 911? Oh. Oh, that. I don't mind that. It should be noted, I never played the DLC of the first game where Anders is a character. It's the only part of the entire Dragon Age series is the only DLC and the only portion of any game that I never actually played. It's that DLC. I never played it. So I don't have any attachment to Anders pre-DA2. To me, Anders is as he always was in DA2, basically. So I don't have any, yeah. I think that might be one of the big things for me, is that I'm not bothered by Anders being the way he is because I don't know what Anders was like before. My friends successfully convinced me in 2010 to choose Witcher 1 over DAO. I actually believe them that it's a bad game, and only recently I've discovered that this game has a strong cult following. Yeah, obviously. Witcher 1 was a rough game. It was something, for sure.
Engage the engines! Launch batteries! Volley! Let the void sort them out. Make every shot
With
count!
Blade Awakening, you would likely have a different opinion. I understand that, yeah. That's why I was saying what I said. Is that I recognize that that is most likely what causes my opinion to be the way that it is. Well, partially. What causes it to be the way that it is. Oh, shite. If you were to play it now, you probably wouldn't feel that way because your first interaction with Anders was DA2. Yeah, I know. But you would get why some of us are salty. My favorite DA2 story was me somehow missing the pirate lady. I'm infinitely more salty about the character of Justice than I am about Anders. I have... So, like I said, I never played... I never played Awakening. But I did read... I have read the... how do you say? Like the... Like a summary of it, and also a lot of the... Sorry. And like a considerable portion of Anders's... The synopsis. Yeah, kind of like that, yeah. But specifically also, because I was reading Anders's wiki page, on Dragon Age wiki, basically, I also read the section about his events and the ways in which he affects... Awakening. So I am aware, roughly, of the stuff he does in Awakening, and I am aware of his backstory and stuff. I just haven't experienced it firsthand, and like you said, if I were to do it now, it wouldn't fix my perception anymore. Because DA2 came first for me. But I do think, at least from Anders's perspective, that his character arc between the first game and the second does make sense. At least, broadly speaking. I haven't seen it firsthand, so maybe it wasn't implemented as well as it could have been. But it does make sense. He's basically becoming more and more aware of the shit that his people go through, and then becoming radicalized and yada yada. That, broadly speaking, that progression makes sense. Whether they implemented it and they actualize it properly, I cannot speak because I did not play Awakening, so I'm not the best person to give my opinion there. As for Justice, that I know very little about. In Awakening, I don't know anything about Justice. Where's my Master of Maneuvers? Oh, far moved. Found the overarching story writing a lot weaker than DAO, since it often railroads story beats to be the same regardless of choices you're making. Oh, yeah, I guess. Yeah, because it's smaller game. So they had to do that, yeah. Highly recommend playing Awakening if ever you get the itch to. It's really enjoyable and very well written. I have heard so, yeah. Someday I will. Someday I will. Inquisition, while I did give up, because I just couldn't fucking stand it anymore after a while, I played at least half, I think more than half of Inquisition before I gave up. And I watched YouTube playthroughs of plenty of different choices and quests that came after and all this other stuff. So I am very well aware of everything that happens in Inquisition. Someday my BioWare writing quality will return from the war. The best thing that can happen to BioWare is to get sold or just yeeted. Just get it, pull it out of EA, and hopefully it can be rebuilt from the ashes.
Helmsman, take us in.
Though I am asking for a lot.
With the force of a supernova! Torpedoes away! Salvo! Macro cannons! Open fire!
Fuck. I played up until you get to Skyhold Fortress and then I didn't play beyond that much. When did I stop? It was after Skyhold. It was after. I know that I never made it to the ball. I never made it to that scene where you're in a ball in Valhalla. I never made it there. So it was somewhere before that. I haven't played Veilguard. I did! Twice! And I never will. By all accounts and everything I've seen, there is nothing there for me anymore, such as life. I almost finished Inquisition, but lost the save. Oof. I managed to play Veilguard and finish it twice. Veilguard has the opposite problem for me of Inquisition. The gameplay is really nice and smooth. Quite fun, actually. Quite enjoyable. Probably out of all the Dragon Age games, that is the one where the gameplay is done most fluid and smooth and enjoyable and consistent across the board. And then the writing, both character and story-wise, atrocious. Awful. God awful. God fucking awful. So yeah. And I will never forgive them for what they did to my boy. Dreadwolf? Yeah, Solus. Pretty upsetty spaghetti about that still. I think I always will be.
Lance batteries, volley. Make every shot count.
I've long since come to terms with the fact many of the games I loved and moved on, and the new direction isn't one I can follow, and that's okay. Yeah, sure.
Coordinates set. Let the void sort them out.
I would agree with you were it not for the fact that the reason that for some games that's true, and the reason is perfectly benign, right? It's like the people working at it's either the people working at the company who made some of those games have just moved on and now it's a new team, or it is the same team but they've just decided to go in different directions. If this was the reason why some games that I like got less enjoyable for me personally, then I'd be fine with it. I would move on. I'd be okay with it. Like, okay, well, whatever, it's just not for me. The problem is, at least with the case of like Dragon Age and some other games, that's not what happened. What happened was corporate greed. What happened was mismanagement, namely corporate overhead corporate mismanagement. And that I am not okay with. And as a consumer, you should not be okay with it. Because something's gotta be done. And you fucking Lord knows the companies aren't gonna do it themselves. They're not gonna willingly
Acceleration. Salvo.
change.
Helmsman, take us in.
I don't expect much based on earlier performance. Witcher 4 New Divinity gets released and I'm waiting for reviews. Well, as a streamer, I will be playing those things on release, but that is because I view it as part of my job. Otherwise, I'd agree with you. It's kind of how I feel about something like Ratchet and Clank or consoles in general. I had good times with them, but things have changed. Never played Ratchet and Clank. I did, however, play Jak and Daxter. Not the first one, which is actually called Jak and Daxter, but Jak 2 and Jak 3. And they are some of my favorite PlayStation games of all time. I played them when I was a kid with my brother. Love that game. Jak 2 especially. Good times.
With the force of a supernova. Macro cannon. Open fire.
Jak and Daxter, the precursor legacy, is definitely one of my favorite childhood gaming memories.
Keep up the pressure.
Good games. The, what was their name? In Jak 2, there was this character. It was Thor, I think, or Tor. And then there was the girl he liked. Something like Alexis or something like that, I think. I don't know. I just remember little young me really liked those two. Now I look back and I'm old enough to understand that little young me was just experiencing bi panic. She just didn't know it.
Fire at will.
But yeah, I know. I really like that game. The PS2 Big 3 mascot action adventure platforms Ratchet and Clank, Sly Cooper. Ratchet narrowly edges out Sly for my most favorite, but I'm also glad that Sly ended with 3 really good games instead of Ratchet's writing becoming more corporate friendly and less biting. I enjoyed Jak and Daxter a lot.
Let the void sort them out.
Oops. No. There we go.
The void ship's machine spirit cries out in pain.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, okay. The bottom of the list for me, not because it is bad, because I enjoy the other series more. I get that. I played a little bit of Sly. I never played Ratchet and Clank, but I played a little bit of Sly. I still would say I preferred the Jak games.
Keep up the pressure. Launch batteries. Volley. Macro cannon. Open fire!
Carmelita Fox and Constable Nayla definitely cause bypassing for young people. So true. Very true. Now the real question is how many furries came out of that?
All hands, prepare for acceleration.
Psycho 1, 2, and 3 are really good for his math from what I've heard, so I didn't bother. That's fair.
Let the void sort them out. Fire at will. Salvo!
That's annoying as fuck. Jesus Christ.
Helmsman, take us in. All hands, prepare for acceleration.
There is no Sly 4 in Ba Sing Se. Hi, Kibdillos. I'm not a furry, but passing the hardness test is the only metric I care about. I get that. I get that. I get that.
Macro cannons, open fire.
Dagon of the Depths. Greetings. Fuck. Russian Clan definitely had enough characters to cause Furry Awakenings and buy Panic. Oh, that I don't know, because I never played it.
Let them taste our fury. Engage the engines.
Fuck.
With the force of a supernova.
Space combat could be interesting with real-time combat. As it is, it can be a bit boring or repetitive. A little bit, I guess. But that's always my opinion. You know, I prefer real-time, so to me, there's not much of a difference here. Ozzy is good at working human cannons, elf of many talents. I know, right? Ah, finally, there we go. You plan maneuvers in fire, then both sides move at once. Asher and Clank had Courtney Gears, Salwin Apogee, Angela, and Sasha Phoenix. Okay. Oh, we got one. Ah, didn't do anything. One day I'll understand how that thing works. On Necron ships. Anyway. Ow. Those are definitely names. They sure are.
Fire at will. pressure. Helmsman, take us in.
Okay, we'll definitely win this time. It's a lot better than last playthrough, last battle. Stood out to me how this space combat is compared to Battlefleet Gothic. I know it's not comparable, but still. I never played that game, so I can't really compare. I'm not sure. The only space game I've ever played, other than Mass Effect, but that doesn't count, would be Star Wars and Pirate War, and it's nothing like this, so. I should play in Pirate War someday. Maybe on my birthday. Its combat is okay. Oh, I see. And Pirate War was so amazing with mods. I never played it with mods. I was too little when I played it. I didn't know about mods yet. I just didn't know what was a thing. Maybe I'll play it. Maybe I'll play it. We'll install some mods and I'll play it on stream someday. It'll be fun.
Coordinates set.
Very similar space combat as TTRPG Starfinder. Players hated it so much that in 2E they got rid of space combat altogether. Oh, that's one way to fix that.
Torpedoes away.
Oh, it came after me.
You are losing control. Understand your limits.
Fucking A. Okay. It's not going great.
Let them taste our fury.
Fuck! It still had another life. Okay. It's okay.
Let the void sort them out.
Now this is percentage missing damage, so I have to do everything else. Played a bunch of both BFG games that requires way too much micro for my taste. Oh yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that. I'm not good at that. Yes! Woo! Let's go. I liked in Pirate Wars expansion with Tyrazon being a slimy jerk. Oh, let me think that I have that. I think so. I think I had the expansion. Or am I thinking about the other one? No, I think I had expansions for it. I was so little. Ugh. I should say it was an RTS 40k space game. Based on the tabletop version. Ah. I double super cheap on GOG. Well, I own the CD. Can I get it for free? I have the CD. Do I have a CD player? I do, but I doubt it would work on Windows 11 anyway. In this economy, Sony is sending agents to your location now! It wasn't balanced at all, so Necrons were the worst. Oof. And you got way more ships. Another game that I had at the same age and that I really enjoyed was Battle for Middle-earth. Something Angmar? Maybe? Something like that. It was Battle for Middle-earth, and then I think it was the name of an expansion that I'm thinking of. But yeah. That was also very fun. And it was like a strategy game. Okay, we've spotted a planetoid. I've been playing in a Dark Heresy tabletop campaign for months now. It's still, shit's great. Aw. I'm so excited for Dark Heresy, the CRPG, to come out, bro. Bleeders 2 was weird winning as Isengard and hearing Saruman. Oh, yeah. Every person on the bridge freezes in astonishment, watching the remarkable procession approach your throne. We have come to speak with you, Domina. You gave us food for consideration by revealing the mystery of our origin. From then to now, we observed, calculated, sensed, and we discovered that a great change is coming, a trial. We see the potential for a great disaster. It is already ripening. The wave could crash down upon the Coronis expanse, and perhaps extend beyond it. We are headed for suffering and death. You are the one who can prevent the disaster, and we want to help you. We do. Let us help. Nomos are not human, but we have learned to see people as more than shells. We want to save them, protect them. Nomos cannot say. Something changed after you helped us. Sorry? After you helped us remember our birth on Epitaph, we now sense the liberation of something vast, which is actually a mere fraction of something limitless. It is seeping through a breach, its shoulders pushing against the walls of its prison, and it's about to give. But what it is, we do not know. We must say, it frightens us to think about this unknown something that is trying to break free. It is so vast, too vast to measure or explain. But we know that living souls are the same. They are always larger than they seem, and no capacity can calculate their potential. This makes us believe that we, Nomos, and you, Domina, can step beyond the limit of calculations. There, we will face the unleashing horror without faltering. What do you wish to do? Wait until the unknown threat appears before you, then face it. We do not know where or when it will happen. We do not know what we will face, but we do know that we want to be there with you. There is something we require to do it. Nomos are tethered to the shell of this ship. We can only follow you outside by using servitors as our show, but they are lacking. Only a modicum of us can enter such a primitive vessel, and our power is likewise limited. We need a vessel, a body, but very few things can house us. That is why we have come to ask you. Magos, Asclepius, has offered his shell to us. It might do. You sacrificed yourself, Asclepius. I think I actually have a copy of Empire at War somewhere in a moving box. Based. Worth mentioning, the game adaptations of films at the time were absolutely terrible. Battle for Middle-earth was such a surprise. True. Nomos, my beautiful cyber angel. So true. He is our beautiful, beautiful fucking cyber baby angel. We asked him many times, because we did not want to hurt him. Nomos would not have proposed it if the human was against it. Okay? Please, give us freedom, and we will stand with you in the hour of great need. Okay. How interesting. We feel restricted, but not as much as inside servitors. Some work must be done on the new shell. Then it will be ready for journeys to the outside. We will leave you for now, Domino. But in the hour, when you stand before the great trial, we will return and stand with you, side by side. Jesus Christ. Is this why RAM is so expensive? Yeah, it's somehow Nomos' fault. I'd give up my bottle for Nomos too. He is a sweetie. Where's my sweetie pie? Where's my... Oh, there he is. I was about to have a fucking heart attack. Hi. Marjai is meticulously inspecting his gear, but turns his entire attention to your person when you approach. Domina, there you are. You have something very special waiting for you, do you not? A trial that will determine whether you stay on top or become dust under the feet of your enemies. He cups your chin with a clawed glove, pouring sweet words like deadly poison into your ear. But I have trained you well. You are determined and hungry for suffering. Oh yes, you will find rapture in what you're about to endure. You have already transcended the boundaries of stunted Mon-Ki morality. You understand what others do not. Whether you triumph or fall, you will do so with an understanding that is beyond the grasp of your kind. I heard we got a patch fixing a couple things. Yeah, not Marjai though. Who trained who? Well, in this playthrough, he trained us. Well, or so he thinks. Good afternoon, evening, souls of the Imperium. I guess. I will definitely return when I do. I wish to continue our arrangement. Games? No. The time for games has passed. The ever-present mockery evaporates from his eyes, and he looks at you with frightening seriousness and trepidation. Only blood-soaked truth lies between those bound by domination. God damn! Whatever comes, I'm glad to have fought shoulder to shoulder with you. Oh. Whatever comes, I'm glad to have fought shoulder to shoulder with you. Careful, or else I might think you've gone soft and weak. In a quieter and more agitated tone, he adds, I will say this only once. You are the reason for all my misfortunes, but you are also the reason why I survived, despite the fury of all Camorra and the wrath of the Black Heart. Consider this confession an expression of my gratitude. I'm okay. I'm very okay. I sense you are not a follower of the great God Emperor of the humanity. I am a follower of humanity. I mean, I wish we could get Magos to cut off Marzipan's head and keep him as a parrot on our shoulder. Arik! Shut the fuck up. Will you remain with me when this is— Oh my god, I love how many times my character could just be so fucking pathetic. Poor thing. I feel bad for my character. Will you remain with me when this is over? The answer is no. Of course not. My cabal is waiting for me. The raving tempest that tore a piece out of the Black Heart. An interesting future awaits me and my subjects. Perhaps we will be crushed. Perhaps we will be feared. Whatever happens, it is the life I was born to live. Technically true, technically not true. He does come back. You walked right into a cabal, mate. Gender neutral. Have some self-esteem. It's a fucking video game. I hope your blades have been sharpened. The hour of the great battle is near. My weapons are always ready for new victims, Domina. He bares his teeth in a bloodthirsty grin. That's my man! That's my man! Iliet! Each journey has a beginning and an end, Elentok. Here and now, our journeys leads into the maw of a merciless enemy, and only by breaking through the darkness ahead can we move on. I'm glad both of us are here today. Our travels were full of heartache and countless hardships, Elentok, and so the darkness ahead does not frighten my weathered heart, nor does it frighten you. Will our paths diverge if we survive? I do not think I will wish to return to my kin soon, Elentok. Will I even be able to? Perhaps I will join you in your quest to explore the distant stars. Perhaps. I will look for those who are not ready to return to life in a craft world. Those like myself. The future is too vague, and my path is leading me into the unknown. That's okay, sweetie. I'll be doing any emperor preaching here then for the sake of humanity. Good. An Iconoclast Marajai romancer with chronic Drukhari thirst, and somehow it's done very well. I know! I follow this. Nice. Our fate will be decided in the coming battle. I'm ready to drive back the darkness, Elentok. Are you? I live, Earliet. God bless you, Earliet. I'd give you a fucking hug if it wouldn't disgust you so much. Oh. Sorry, I almost forgot. Abelard! Hi! Dadalard. Well, Lord Captain, my service to you began under the most remarkable circumstances. I should hardly be surprised that you have delivered us into circumstances more unexpected and surprising than ever before. Of one thing I am certain, the Von Valencia's dynasty will cover itself in glory today. Abelard, no matter what happens, you're fucking awesome. The Seneschal's place is at the Rogue Trader's side. As you have learned, others can betray and abandon you in your darkest hour. If the Lord Captain cannot count on her Seneschal, there is no one she can count on. That is not a fate that I wish for you, so I'm doing my duty. You have a highly organized mind, so you must have already considered what you're going to do once this campaign of yours comes to an end. Now that I have your blessing, it is about time I take care of my family. The Versarian clan has gone without its patriarch for too long. I should make time for my descendants before some noble upstart tries to chew them up again. You ready to follow me all the way? As always, Lord Captain, I would follow you into fire and back. God Emperor be my witness. I've had the honor of serving under 2 rogue traders and survived one, so there will be no shame in going downside alongside the other. If it comes to that, naturally. Get ready. We have quite the ordeal ahead of us. We've been through worse. I serve Von Valencius. Lord Captain. I love him. Honest Abe. Oh, actually, where is... Huh. As much as I love Marjai, Iliad's asexual romance is by far my favorite. Iliad is very fucking special. I love Iliad. I really do. Oh, she's delightful. I'm looking to get covered in more than just glory. Right, Marjai? Winks! God bless you. Based. Fucking based. Heinrichs, you're next. Ah! That was an accidental misclick, but fuck it. Hi, Solomorn. Deep in thought, looking more like a statue than a living person. Only when Glado lets out a low growl, drawing Solomorn's attention, does he break his stillness. Come with some parting words, Rogue Trader. Now's the time. There may not be another opportunity. I'm glad our paths crossed. It has been an honor to serve in your retinue, and it does not matter what lies ahead. Isn't that right, Glado? And he barked. What are we gonna do if you survive? I'll follow your orders to find a new marshal, of course. After that, I'll leave you. For how long, only the Emperor knows. Every arbitrator counts now, and I'm needed on Dargonus. Hey, Glado, I'll keep an eye on your arbitrator if you die, I promise. Will you now? And if I'd let Glado die while I'm still... As if I'd let Glado die while I'm still alive. Oof. Ready? You know I am. Heinrichs. Surely you mean blood. Amongst other things. I like Nerd Navigator Lady Romance the best. If I were playing a male character, I would probably agree with you a lot. It is intense in the complete opposite way Marashai's relationship is. Have you done that marriage arrangement thing with Cassian on any playthrough? Nope. Oh. Our journey together approaches its end. One last push and the secrets of the Expanse and Kalkazar will be laid to rest. I can't wait. I'm tired of the shroud of secrecy that has hidden the truth even from me. You'll meet your mentor again down there. And I have questions for him. I want to know why I was left in the dark about everything that was happening in the shadow of the Expanse. Why all the acolytes died on the way here. Well, almost all of the Lord Inquisitor's acolytes. Why... I want to hear what he has to say. And then make my judgment. When all this is over, what will you do? I feel uneasy even thinking about it. But if Lord Inquisitor Xavier Calcazar falls today, someone has to take the rosette of the Ordo Xenos, at the very least, until the Inquisition Enclave determines who will be a worthy successor. Epitaph awaits. Still your heart. Lead on, rogue trader. Pascal. The tactical equipment audit is 97% complete. No critical failures detected. The Omnissiah shows favor. You don't seem worried. Reconnaissance is a blessed and desirable one for an explorator. You took good care of my ship and equipment. The dynasty will not forget it. Where the iron flowers of the Omnissiah bloom, there must also be his passionate gardeners. Thank you for honoring this unit by letting it serve the formidable spirit of the Von Valencia's dynasty's flagship and your ladyship. That is really beautiful coming from Pascal. When the campaign comes to an end, will you stay on duty or return to your fellow tech priests? It has been a joy to serve such a distinguished person, but duty calls the Amarnat Collective to a different mission. The message of change must be proclaimed. The believers must be separated from the doubters. You know, Shining Amarnat will lead his flock through the flames and forge the sect into a religion. You have good fortune. There's no such thing as good fortune. May the statistical probability be predictably positive. Somehow misclicked one with Jaya and Heinrich. I love Abelard. He is Chad. Who else would introduce me? I know. My only true love is Abelard. I understand that. I understand that. The male, not gender until this time, I'm afraid, yearn for courtly romance. Of course. Weird, I give shit to Mina after sharing bed with heretical thief and pig. There you go. That is weird, Arek. That is weird. So they did fix some things related to Marajai, but not directly to the relationship. No. The only things they fixed related to Marajai had to do with, like, one dialogue interaction with other characters, so, like, the banter, and some stuff related to combat. That's about it. So, nothing good. None of the bugs that have been around for years now. Well, I guess technically the combat one probably was, but... Argenta! I pray, rogue trader, I pray that the hearts of your comrades remain strong, that our courage holds, that our weapons prevail. I pray that the light of Terra does not turn away from us even for a moment, that the fire within us only burns brighter as the foes before us grow fiercer. Okay. I'm glad no one overreacted, Argenta. Together to the Ancestor, in his name, and for Terra's light. In his name, and for Terra's light. Have you had time to think about the future? She's just gonna keep doing what she does. Prepare yourself. I am prepared, now and always. Oh, Jesus. They worded it like it was a lot on that regard. Yeah. I can finally play my Noble Blade Dancer. Yes, Blade Dancer is now fixed, I believe. Also, too bad we can't have fiery Argenta romance. Well, When the Dark Hair is coming out, Cog, introduce me. Come on, you can do it. We trained this. Alcat is always slow on bugs. Hope Dark Heresy isn't too bad on launch. I've played too many Alcat games to hope for such things. She does own the Dynasty on... Own the Dynasty 1 Von Valencias? Huh? Oh, Cassian. We have traveled a long road together. Let us finish it together as well. I am honored to have you among my companions, Lady Cassia. I am honored to be your companion, Von Valencias. It is probably not the future you dreamt of, but if all this ends in victory, what do you intend to do next? I have been running for too long, Domina. hiding behind others while my home, my family were being torn apart by hatred and strife. And what could a young, inexperienced girl do who were so desperate to either destroy me or bend me to their will? The throne of the Novator of House Orcelia will no longer be empty, but my only regret is that I shall have to leave your ship and the darkness between the stars that I have come to love so much. I hope you will visit me. Of course I'll fucking visit you, Cassia. What are you talking about? Steel yourself, Cassia. The hour of battle is at hand. My heart is fluttering, Lord Captain, but not because of fear or doubt. I am ready to face what is coming. It's not a bug, it's warp. The Emperor protects. Make a patch. So is the combat still similar? Did they add that dice roll from Pathfinder? You mean in Dark Heresy? The combat's relatively similar still, I believe. Oh my god, Idira. Idira, my love. My sweet Idira. Well, our captain, my little whispers have grown quiet. It's like they know the long thread we've been following is finally at an end. It's now or never, isn't it? Thank you for everything either way, Lord Captain. Give her a hug! Yes! Let's hug our girl! Idira sobs fearfully, but in the next moment she hugs you back. There. You really have lost it, haven't you? She is silent for a few seconds and mutters something before letting you go. Thanks. One last prediction for the road. You think the little whispers are going to play nice? Huh. They weren't that useful even before, and now they're more likely to mess us around than save our bacon. Lord Captain, your fate is in your hands alone. Do not let the words of a deranged psyker confuse you. You're not meant to listen to the grumblings beyond the veil. I am glad to have been at your side all this time. Thank you, Lord Captain. I can't imagine why you've shown me so much kindness. After everything we've been through. You're the only reason I'm still alive. There were so many ways I could have died. Yeah, you've no idea, girl. I know I've been harping all this time about Lady Theodora this and Lady Theodora that. You know, you may never become who she was, but she could never have been who you are either. And I'm glad it was you who replaced her. And that life threw me together with you. And not with someone else. So there. Now let's change the subject before I get all sentimental, alright? What do you think awaits us? Well, I have no doubts about you. Everything's going to come up roses for you. As for me, you know, maybe I won't live long. Maybe it'll be a good life. I'll leave behind so many tales to tell. Let them remember my name over a mug of something foamy and laugh at the stories of my, well, of our exploits. And you see, if I don't have much time left, I'll at least spend it with the person I really care about. I almost lost her, stupidly, but I've wised up a bit now, so I'm going to treasure every minute I spend with her. Doomed Yuri! We got the Doomed Yuri! Yes! Fuck yeah. Dark Heresy, yes, that's what Idira needed from Theodora, but she was too busy being a heretic. Yep. Are you actually reading? Or you just remember all the dialogue? No, I'm reading. I have terrible memory. Oh. Put yourself together. We have a tough battle ahead of us. If it were an easy battle, who would even bother to tell... Who would ever bother to... Bleh! Who would ever bother to tell tales about it? Nobody, that's who. Let's show him, Lord Captain. Okay, other than you, who's next? Ulfar? Spirits don't always speak clearly to me, but I did cast the runes. You have a great challenge ahead of you. I don't care, Ulfar. I'm sorry. I really don't care. I read all of his dialogue the first time around, and I read all of his dialogue when we were playing this on stream, which was my, like, fourth playthrough. I'm not reading it again. I guess I came too late. Well, we haven't gone to the very end yet. Did they ever expand that Argenta Theodora thing, or does that just kind of end in Act 3? Yep, pretty much, yeah. For the most part. I mean, there's a little bit more repercussions if you have both Idira and Argenta present in all of each other's side quests. Because, you know, Idira reacts to it and then eventually kind of sort of forgives her and stuff. But it's not much, no. For the most part, it really does just kind of end in Act 3. Severian. You don't want to talk to me. Okay, buddy. Jai. Glittering tapestry of this world with gold and silver thread, and today the pattern of our lives will either be completed or the tapestry will be torn asunder. Personally, I prefer to place my hope in the first option. Afraid of what's to come? The battle against the enemy. Pain? Oblivion? Oh no, Shireen. My only fear is that after these tribulations we will never be the same again, and I do so enjoy being me. So what brings you to me, Shireen? No parting words, I hope? Not parting words, I hope. Because I despise goodbyes. I feel as though they rob me of my future. You never want to hear goodbye, after all. But only ever see you again under the same stars. I just wanted to say I'm glad of your company. Especially now. Our alliance is like a miraculous oasis blooming in the fierce desert heat. I am glad to be your partner and friend and ally in the fight against the enemy. What are you going to do once all this is over? Even if it's ever over? And if the Aji don't play their evil tricks on us? I don't know. Being drunk or on unbridled freedom sounds nice. It's so close. I could reach out and grab it like the tail of a comet and leave the Kazbala Commission behind. Start doing things on my own without having to rely on your good favor. Limitless possibilities lie ahead. I just have to survive the coming darkness. Get a grip, Jai. We have a hard battle against us. Ahead of us. Rest assured, Shireen, when it comes to matters of being and oblivion, Jai Haydari has the coldest mind and the bravest heart. Aww. I remember one ending when Idira meets a bad end. Vigdis names her granddaughter after Idira. Aww. It's so sweet. Incendia. You don't want to talk? Okay. Okay. Aegon. Domina, on this occasion, I have no words of wisdom, no valedictions, or ready answers. I choose to forget the perfection of statistics, to throw off the shackles of probability, and to reject the cold flawlessness of mathematics, abandoning attempts to calculate the odds of victory. There is a time for contemplation. That time is at an end. May the Omnissiah guide our deeds. Nencius, I will not forget you. The Server Skull remains true to himself, staying silent until the last. Perhaps he simply hates goodbyes. Yeah. I'm glad we crossed paths, Aegon. I was pleased to share my thoughts, deeds, and silence with you. There is no higher good than to know oneself and to know by another, and to be known by another. For knowledge is the providence of the Omnissiah. We can finally agree on something, Aegon. I'm proud of you, buddy. Let me guess, the words of yet another wise man? You could say that. Nuncia spoke those words to me the first time we met. Now I say them to you, in farewell. If we survive, what will you do? Nuncius was but one of many. The Imperium is full of people whose suffering is unbearable. The Omnissiah has blessed me with skills that can alleviate that suffering, or end it through a merciful death. You have given me the resolve to follow this path. I will embark on my wanderings and let the inscrutable currents of the motive force guide me to those in need. Prepare yourself, Aegon. A difficult battle lies ahead. This is an incontrovertible fact. Domina, let me tell you a secret. Not every fact declared to be incontrovertible is actually so. Let us test the robustness of your claim together, as befits two colleagues. Lie, I'm glad we crossed paths. It's okay. Your every breath and heartbeat has been in anticipation of this moment, Daman. Do not hesitate. Step into the darkness and allow your shield and shadow to walk with you. Okay. I thank the Emperor for having met you. Such was his design. In the pattern of the bloodspun web, my threads stretched out to yours. To shield you, to serve you, and every night I praise him for the honor of letting me twine around your path. Do not try. When the hour is right, the future will reveal itself to you. Now would be a good time for you to consult the tarot. There is no need for a reading. Cards will ask if we are prepared to face the challenge with dignity, and that will be the answer to our own question. Whatever awaits us, it is time we set forth. Every thread ends in death, but only the Undying One knows the time and place. That line just reminded me of my favorite quote from The Elder Scrolls Oblivion. If you know, if you're in chat and you know what the fuck I'm about to quote, where it's from, I give you a high five. I give you a digital high five. No googling. It is only by fate that any life ends, and only by luck that it is mine and not yours. If you know where that's from, my man. It's very fucking obscure, okay? You have to understand, as I mentioned before, and there's literally a short about it now, apparently. I'm a completionist, and one of the things that I like to do is read every single fucking item. And that particular quote is from an item description. So, you'd have to be quite obsessive about that game to remember that line. Abel, will you talk to me? Probably not, but that's okay. We still love you, Abel. It wasn't luck, though. It's chance. Only by chance that it is mine and not yours. But yeah. No way I know that. No. That's okay. Okay. Have I talked to everyone? Did I forget anyone? I don't think so. Kasya. Of course, Vigda's in the center, but that's the last one. Everyone else? Never been that much into Oblivion, not a fan of scaling enemies. Yeah, no, see, that's the funny part. I don't like Bethesda games. I'm not that big of a fan of Oblivion. But I just really, really like... There's like little bits in that game that I adore. Like a few quest lines, a few characters, a few item descriptions. And those ones, I remember. This game got me into the Rogue Trader books. Then the books got me right out of Rogue Trader books. It was that bad. Okay. Here we go. What am I thinking about? Yes, thank you. There we go. Mars, I already spoke to Marjorie. He was the first one. Got 3 and 2. So boring, I never finished them. I don't know. I never got. Oh, I never read any of the... Well, technically not true. I have read one Warhammer 40k book. One. But it wasn't... Technically, it's not really sold as a book. It's if you buy it, you usually buy the book as a collection of stories. But I only read one of those stories in the book because I got the, like, individual story inside the book. So, complicated. So technically I've read one Warhammer 40k book, but it wasn't a full book. It was technically only one story in a collection of stories, so... Yeah. It's called Mistress Beta's Gift. And I love it to bits. Ulysses ship, the shuttle is ready for landing. We have the exact coordinates for a secure landing site. Will you authorize the start of the expedition? Permission to take off. We're heading to Epitaph. Acknowledged. Glory to the Von Valencia's dynasty. Be safe, Lord Captain. Of course. I'm 30 books deep into Horus Heresy. Jesus Christ. Respect. So that's for today's cultural corner of the stream. I should probably grab my dinner at some point. I'm gonna be here. I got 400. I never read that one. Which one? The one I said or the one someone else said? We need to invite our boy. No, it's Iliette that's missing, I think. Mistress Beta's gift. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, it's really cool. It's really good. Really, really, really good. It's a short story. It's a very quick read. You know what? We're grabbing everyone. Fuck it. Yadira, Argenta, Cassia, Cabela, Jai, Iliette, Salmorn, Ulfar, Incendia. Let's fucking go!
Individuals who would be willing to lay down a lot of thrones for a pile of this dead scrap. And a couple of obliging explorators, too.
Mistress Haydari, if you ever manage to pull off such a trade, I would be extremely interested in the identities of the purchasers.
What mods do you have installed? Just Toybox. That's what you saw.
Keep your wits about you.
We are a very large contingency. I'm sure it's fine.
This could be an opportunity.
An odd haze obscures your vision. Metallic corpses, Xenos, blah blah blah. In a longer audiobook, it seems like it's kind of like that. The Big Daka is a good one. We played this on my Steam Deck, so I haven't put any mods on. To Mistress Beta's Gift, probably the best story about the Dark Elder. Was the first thing I've seen after googling it, and yeah, that tracks. Yeah, it is.
I always have a backup
It's
plan.
really good. I love the fucking absurdism of it all. It's just beautiful. It's a fucking work of art, bro. Out of the corner of your eye, inside the glowing green orb mounted on the contraption, you can see the reflections of people who are not here. They are looking at you. Okay. Barark's raiding Kamora, and the elves wondering why the orcs are stealing all their goblins. Oh. Oh! Goddamn! Buddy, that wasn't the big fucking entrance you thought it was gonna be, was it? I don't think I've ever read any Dark Eldar stories aside from the ones from the codexes. Well, there you go. Mistress Beta's Gift's a good start. It's really short, so if you don't like it, you don't like it. Also wondering why orcs can hack all their stuff. Because they can.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Or Ariel Ventress's novel. There's one chapter with the POV of a Dark Elder, if I remember correctly. Cool.
The machine god grants me insight.
Metal particles lose their color, become translucent, yada yada yada. Okay. Few warriors who have risen walk without noticing how their ranks are thinned. This procession's a far cry from the March of Annihilation it was meant to be. Wriggles weakly.
Let us not dawdle.
My success
Hi, King
is
Castro.
irrefutable certainty.
Sentient being's speech. I exist again, and I behold discord, an abominable sight. Great conquerors brought low by a fleeting pestilence, corrosion everywhere, the hollow insides are ablaze. The runts of the universe shall be eliminated. I rout them, and I pulverize them into bloody dust. I rid myself of them and of my sorrow. The cursed ones will regret ever existing. You are an ancient nightmare from a long-forgotten past. I have encountered others like you, Ogre, once before, and I will do to you as I did to them. Send you to the depths of your tomb. An ancient weapon that was broken in battles forgotten. Worthless. I recognize a leader and a true warrior in this one. Yes. Still a Xenos and worthy of life, but a warrior all the same. I bet this noble madman of battle will fall by my hand. Bold words for an arena slave. I accept the challenge. Just do not take your defeat too close to heart. I love him. Okay, it does not like it when I speak its language.
Xenos scum! You don't belong in this galaxy!
My shine.
I'll make it happen. I'll see to it, personally.
Can you fuck him up real quick?
I will be your undoing! Oblivion approaches. Don't distract me. Bit you will not undo me. I'm done playing with. I yearn for agony. Revel in your terror. A perfect killing strike. What a useless plaything! Broken already?
You missed. Bitch.
I will herd the
Ancient
prey.
horror? But he's so cute! Ancient horror. He's such a cute Asian horror. Hell yeah. Oh.
Slow and painful is the way. I'm done playing with you. Don't waste my time.
He's marajaying all over them. He is. Me when the aliens are hot and smooshable? Absolutely.
Is there money to be made?
Now that we've finally convinced Owlcat to let us romance a tech priest, I think the next step is to convince Owlcat to let us romance a Necron. I can't even begin to imagine how the fuck the logistics of that could work, but if anyone can pull it off, it's Owlcat.
Keep your wits about you.
No, a Tyrannid next. Oh shit. That's a challenge. I could never truly belong in the Imperium. I take one look at a death mark and ask him how tall he is, and when he answers, twirling my hair and giggling. Necrodermis is malleable. Jesus fucking Christ. If that ever happened, I'd die of happiness. There we go. Me when scary robots. I can fix them. Brings a wrench. I can fix them. It would be like a furry Necron. Surely there is at least one. I was surprised the sister wasn't a romance option. I wasn't.
I always have a backup plan.
But I'm guessing GW didn't let them. Ooh, Tanakia. Ah, here we go. They fix themselves. You couldn't break them. The sister being a romance option would break the internet. Yeah, probably. Who'd want to romance their sister? What the f- Not that one! There was Sister Trist in the books, but yeah, it was a GW thing. Yeah. Still alive. Examine her. These deformations, they're akin to that which consumed Nuncius. But how? Hey, can you hear me? You. Who are... that coat of arms rings a bell. Von Valencius. I'm not as surprised to see you as you may think. Who are you? Tanakia Kalbergaria, Inquisition Acolyte. And by the grace of Lord Inquisitor Kalkazar, the Warden of the Epitaph 1, covert facility. Whatever's left of it. What happened to you? I've been having trouble sleeping lately. Oh, you mean the metal things in my body? I have no idea. Looks like something's gone terribly wrong in the crypt. The Auspex has detected some unknown radiation, and then everything went crazy. The Xenos didn't feel like sleeping in their coffins anymore, so they started trashing the place. And the pylon I was standing next to suddenly grew a dozen tentacles, and one of them grazed me. I blacked out. When I came to, I looked like I tried to give birth to a shuttle. If the crypt itself, or whatever took control of it, can manifest such things at will, we cannot contain it. The refractive transmuter is as nothing against this power. Timely observation, Janitor Febris. But where was this wisdom earlier? Although, come to think of it, promptness never was your virtue. By the way, how is Nuncius? Did he get to see you in the end? Tanakia, you piss me off enough when you start giving shit to Heinrichs, but you didn't have to add to that by giving shit to Febris as well. Oh, my beautiful Pharaon, I have brought you a gift. Humbly offer recap. Turn to your companions. Get a load of this guy. Kane apparently seduced one, then promptly jumped out a window to get out of commitment. That's funny. Geez, ads seem to get longer and longer. I have no control over that. No more than I already did. I set my ads here on Twitch over a year ago, and I haven't touched them since. So if they're getting longer, I have no idea why. Wasn't me. I'm looking for Kalkazar. Where is he? At the facility. In the crypt. Making preparations for the emergency launch of the operation's final stage. At least I hope so. Or else he's already dead. Now that I think about it, there are enough reasons to assume the latter. What facility? What operation? I need to subscribe, I guess. What a tragedy. Oh no! Oh no! You have to subscribe? Just seems like, I understand you must obey the Twitch overlords. It's not even that I must obey, it's that I don't really have a setting. First of all, I don't have a setting to turn them off. Like, that's not a thing. If I recall correctly, I don't think you can turn them off. But even if you turn them on and you try to put them as, like, as short as possible, Twitch still does shenanigans I don't comprehend. What facility? What operation? I guess you're still young if you don't know what's in this world. Whenever the big boys and girls say the word facility, that almost always means colossal secret weapon capable of destroying worlds. And that's all you're going to get. It'd be very disrespectful of me to spill a secret that so many have given their lives to protect. Have I sated your curiosity? Then I'd like my favor returned. There's a pack of low in my breast pocket. Give me one, and you can keep the rest. I'm feeling very generous today. Why does my coat of arms look familiar to you? It was on the uniform my agents wore. The ones I sent when Kalkazar took an interest in her ladyship Theodora's retinue. They didn't wear them for long, though. When I presented Theodora with Kalkazar's ultimatum, she purged her retinue of our operatives. I'm fairly certain Theodora would have preferred to have my head as well, but the Lord Inquisitor recalled me here to guard this treasure cave. Just in case Theodora decided to return to what she thought was hers, or the Drukhari started causing trouble. Twitch overlords are infinitely less cool than Necron overlords. This is very true. I could stomach those ads, but they're advertising Birmingham of all places. Oh no. That's funny. Oh, the humanities. So the ad setting are a suggestion, and Twitch's suggestion box kind of looks like a trash can for some reason. I don't know. I guess. I can't see it myself, because I can't see the ads, so I don't know. I just trust you guys. Humble flicks. Ugh, okay. How did your people infiltrate her retinue? Deception. Trouble cross. When they told her they intended to take revenge on Kalkazar, she believed them. She was just too eager to get back at the Lord Inquisitor for taking her clever Archmago's advisor, Amarnat. You know Conrad? Not sure if he's still alive, but back then he was Theodora's Master of Whispers. In theory, he should have been the one to out my operatives as spies, but instead he thought that they were his chance to pull off a brilliant plot and prove to his mummy how great an heir he could become. It's true that they say about blondes. It's true what they say about blondes. Every other one's as thick as mice. As mince. Sorry. Holy shit. What was the ultimate you gave Theodora? Her dirty secret was now our dirty secret. She was the first to visit Epitaph. She found something here. Something too good even for someone of her exalted status. Rogue traders are not allowed to have such toys, and I relayed the most exact coordinates, down to the last digit, after the decimal point, to the Lord Inquisitor. The Drukhari have come to this world. Why? The Xenofreaks, my favorite partners. They had a crucial role to play in the operation that you mustn't know anything about. Your visits to Epitaph left me with so many unforgettable moments. We were ordered not to fire on them first, but to split them into atoms if their skinny arses deviated so much as a single degree from their approved flight paths. I swear, it was as if those fools were trying to get shot with their half-witted provocations. They even had a nickname for me. The Almost Witch. A compliment, I guess. That is a compliment, yes. I'm not one of those people who kills Xenos unnecessarily, but I think if we're ever given a Necron companion, I'll have to bring a lot more than just a bowl of recap for him. Perhaps an Eldar head will be enough. Like a Dark Eldar head made of Marajite, right? Kinzang? Perhaps. Alex? I like the cut of your jib. God damn you all. We're all getting so bent right now. I really wish they put in more obscure Xenos in this. Guess it's a super fan issue. We really wanted to see the Chronos Expanse special ones. We do get a couple of, like, references to them. Or, you know, either items belonging to them, descriptions talking about them, stuff like that. But we don't see too many, no. Surprised it... I guess we did get a Halo device. That is true. Surprised it didn't happen with me pining for a Necron lol. I don't mind you pining for a Necron. I am Domino von Valencius, Theodora's heir. You'll have to excuse me for not looking surprised. My facial nerves seem to be partially paralyzed. But I gathered as much. I'd hardly mistake you for our spectacular Void She-Wolf, after all. And if she were alive, she definitely would have come here in person. So you're the heir. Well, at least it's not Conrad. So once Theodora realized just what she had in her hands, she deemed it a matter of the utmost secrecy and mind-locked the memories of all members of her crew. The honest version is that she mind-locked the important people and disposed of the rest. Theodora depressurized compartments by entire blocks, casting any unwanted witnesses out into the void. She needed to free up space in her holds for the spoils anyway. Yep. Oh, Abelard. It's okay. She was a piece of shit. You're much better off being my seneschal. I remember a story about one Necron lord who devoted himself to continuing the war and hunting down his ancient enemies. He had a collection of ears. Holy shit. Necron followers super easy. Half of them wants to remake biobodies. Make one half-baked prototype blank. Jesus. Half-baked prototype blank. Oh god. Yes. There's one in Rogue Trader rule books. A giant ship-eating crystal Pac-Man thing. I'd love to fight that. Or throw a giant cherry at it. Either way. Sounds cool. You have it all backward. You could have been dumped out the airlock like so many others. You were already decrepit old curmudgeon. I don't know that word. Back then, after all. Tanakia, are you trying to get me to kill you? Is that it? I mean that literally. Is she just trying to get a swift death? Is that why she keeps provoking me? But a mind lock is incredibly dangerous. It's a bloody miracle it didn't fry our brains. Said the one who chats with the whispers in her head. You know, I'm not sure what you had that habit before coming to Epitaph. Tanakia, I swear to God I'm gonna stab you. Curmudgeon? Jesus. Sure you do. What do we do with her? I say we leave her here to die in pain and torment. We should drive a nail into her ear too, so she's something to remember us by. It's time she was sent to the Undying One. Spare her throat, but strike her heart instead, for that is where she carries a heavy burden. Let her shed this burden and let her lips pray their last. These transmutations are irreversible and agonizing. Do not make the same mistake I did. Grant an end to her suffering. I suggest granting the Acolytes the Emperor's peace, in honor of our years of working together. Oh, you've always been so sentimental, so attached to your colleagues, your hair, your eyes. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that still a sore point? Take out a pack of low out of the woman's jacket. Good. You're old enough to know what these are for, aren't you? Stick one end of the tube between my teeth and light up the other. Just make sure you do it the right way around. Let's be straight with each other. You got nothing to hide now that you're dying. What's going on in this place? Straight, huh? Can't do that. Too gay. Let's give it a try. I've taken a shine to you for some reason. One day, Riviere decided to immortalize himself in history in a rather extravagant way. All for the Imperium's sake, of course. But then things didn't go as expected, even though we expected that they wouldn't. And now, you'd better get far away from here, because whatever happens next, I doubt you're going to like it. Or, you can go down there if you have the guts. Maybe you'll immortalize yourself too. That's what I would do. But I'm insane, so I'm not the best example to follow. So what about that glow stick? Drop the glow stick on the ground. Oops, how clumsy of me. You little shit. I'm leaving you to die. Her lips move slightly as if trying to whisper something, but the shock mutes them. Oh no, she's shocked. Turning her voice into a gurgle, her body mindless and desperate, is only prolonging the pointless agony by clinging to its last bleeding shreds of life. You're welcome, Marajai. That's a snack just before the fight, okay? I love the English language, fancy words for old farts and such. Grumpy old person, lol. Why on earth would you be such a piece of shit towards someone you're about to ask a favor from?
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust. Just as I planned.
Xenos have a higher status. So there was like a Necron Lord's tomb over here? Is that the implication? Cool. So it seems that from the things we've been reading, that the dynasty that lived here was specifically here to protect, guard the shard of the Catan that was here. Do all dynasties set themselves up around a shard of a Catan to guard them? Or is that, like, very unique to this dynasty? And that might explain why this is such a powerful dynasty, because, you know, they were fucking guarding a Catan. Reverse psychology, I guess, and also an iconoclast. It'd be nice if this dialogue changed based on that, actually. Ah, fair. You know, there was an instance where some space marines needed to get in front of a Dark Eldar, so they just locked him in a meditation chamber for a few days. Cracked like an egg. Oh, I'm aware of the story. Of the Dark Eldar that was placed into, like a room with no stimuli. And it drove him insane.
Not dawdle.
I'm aware of the story.
Thank Russ for my sharp senses.
We're serving the Catan, so they're already next to them, so easy to guard them, right? I don't know. I don't think they're serving the Catan. They're the ones who killed it, or shattered it, right? So... Ooh, fancy! They were in the start. Well, sure, before. In short, no. Some Necron dynasties are pretty mad. Some just use the Catan as batteries. Oh, okay. Having a splinter of a Catan is a great honor. Not every dynasty has it. It's like having a power plant. Okay, so it might have something to do with the fact that this is such a powerful dynasty then. Yeah. The Catan made them Necrons, right? From Necron tier? Yeah, originally. But these aren't Catan. These are Catan shards, which means... yeah, that's several thousand years afterwards. Imagine putting Dark Elf into lukewarm water too. What the fuck? Marajai, sweetheart, love of my life.
Who, if not me?
My poor little Mew Mew. Can you go and...
It's as good as done.
I will mark my path with ruin!
Can you go and mark your path with ruin then?
I will save her.
Or that. The audacity. The fucking audacity. How dare you?
Oblivion approaches.
Why am I not dealing as much damage as usual? That's unusual.
The awakening cannot be.
Which I will herd the prey. What are you playful? Broken already?
Depends on who's running things. One had a lore that still thinks it's right after the war in heaven. He's trying to make a map of the galaxy with sand. Took him over 10,000 years to use. Jesus. Five, and they're all over there.
I yearn for agony.
Someone's missing. Oh, up there. Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Reassemblement commencing.
We haven't seen a Pharaon, even his corpse. What we're fighting now is the Supreme General. Huh, cool. You mean that giant thing downstairs?
Slow and painful is the way.
Here's my pup.
Behold, what a useless plaything. Broken already? It is handled. I'm done playing with you.
Crypto-geometric sentinel. The colossal warrior's formidable underframe can no longer bear his weight. With the armor plates clanging, his great bulk slumps. A low sound is born in his chest, which your elucidator turns into words. Let woe befall the unworthy Yekmet dynasty. Sleep is nearing its end, and thraldom returns. In my vestment of shame, I peer into the stormy horizons of the future. You notice the convulsions in Xenos' limbs. The light is flickering in his eyes. Perhaps something went wrong during this monster's awakening from stasis, damaging his engrams and plunging him into madness. Aww, you poor little thing. What are you? Despicable. An overlord's moment of grief is befouled by the influence of transient life. Rage has clouded the purity of the morning. Aww, he's butthurt. Shame upon the crypto-geometric sentinel who was entrusted with guarding the paths of actualization and failed to be vigilant. Unworthy feet have trodden these paths. A warrior of iron, a sentinel of the tomb of the ancient ones, a child of the Ingir, star devourers, and an eternal enemy of the Assyriani. She grips the weapon in her hands tightly, as if expecting the terrifying warrior to spring to life and attack at any second. What is it that is making you grieve? Is it your imminent death? Inexistence is entropically preordained. It is no cause for grief. The egregious mistakes are. The violated imperatives are. The Yekmet dynasty took watch of the seed of the cataclysm. The seed was neglected. A cataclysm has sprouted from it. Honor has been trampled underfoot. Let its death be clean. No Xenos could ever hope to receive his grace, but the way it gazes into the face of its doom is worthy of respect. He speaks of honor before death. These ancient Xenos certainly have an understanding of battle, courage, and honor. Perhaps the old ones are right, and everything has become degraded over the centuries, even in humans. I like how much of an emphasis there is in this game when you're dealing with the Necrons on even your most dogmatic followers having somewhat of a semblance of respect for the Necrons. With a lot of legs, this is Supreme General. Pharaons don't usually modify themselves in this way. They decorate themselves, but not for war. He just woke up. Reasonable crash out. Aw, he was EP? I know, right? He's poor guy. Yeah, poor little EP Necron. You dislike me, but this lump of metal commands your respect. You truly are a deranged breed. Arjai, relax. You appear to be looking at the overlord of a minor dynasty of the Xenos. He's clearly a member of a destructive cult that loads living flesh with a visceral passion. However, as much as he resembles an animated metallic statue, he was once a living being, and the ideals of duty and valor that used to guide him still exist in his mind. What is the cataclysm unfolding here? The Star Devourer is asleep yet awake. His breath is as poison as pestilence. His dreams are in grammatic acid. Quantum uncertainty is his shroud, and that which came to pass is entangled in it, and interwoven with that which came not to pass. Possibility becomes actuality, actuality unbecomes itself. So brazen a violation of the laws of existence set by the Omnissiah. The very idea is infinitely blasphemous, so blasphemous as to almost be sacred. If we accept the statement as truth, we face a dilemma. Is this a manifestation of the divine, or its opposite? I cannot solve it, Rogue Trader. That's because the Volca Fenrica are the best. All hail the Wolves of Rus. It's not just him. It is reasonable to conclude that the monster is talking about probabilistic alternate universes. Instead of fighting each other, we should unite to halt the impending nightmare. Unacceptable. The rot of transient life must be eradicated. Okay, buddy. Well, you're kind of a cunt, but as far as Necrons go, you were pretty chill, so I'll grant the Ancient Warrior an honorable death. Your watch is over. May tachyonic wind carry my words, may the oceans of subatomic resonance reflect it, and may it resound until the world grows old. Let the Yekmet dynasty be cursed. A terrible rumble comes from somewhere deep inside the crypt as soon as the green fire goes out in the fallen warrior's eyes. The glow of the glyphs upon the walls becomes chaotic and disarrayed. Something just broke irreparably in the crypt. I like this empathy for Necrons too. They really don't have a strong claim against the others. Don't ruin their tombs and everything will be fine. Even the Silent King prefers to stay away from people because he's primarily interested in the Lost Dynasties and the destruction of the Tyranids. Based? If you've been watching my shorts for a while, you might remember one where I was literally just ranting about how if we just got fucking together with the Eldari and focused on beating the shit out of the Tyranids. Because I consider the Tyranids to be like the most immediate and largest threat, basically. So I'm just like, we could all just come together, defeat the Tyranids, and we can immediately go back to beating the shit out of each other afterwards, but we should really get rid of the Tyranids first. We should really deal with this. Right now!
Always keep your eye on the prize.
They also strip life out of planets for shits and giggles. That is a thing, yeah. That is a thing they do sometimes, yeah.
Is there money to be made?
Whomst among us didn't exterminatus on occasion. This is true. I don't think the Eldar will ever agree to work with Necrons. After all, they were created to destroy them. And vice versa, basically, but yeah. The Blood Angels did win Baal. Yeah. Gilliman kind of did open up the co-op server. He opened it up, but you see, the entire plotline of the Inari, which in this case I'm mashing that together with the Gilliman stuff, it just kind of got completely dropped by GW. They just don't give a shit. Because you see, the Inari are actually my favorite faction. I was pretty butthurt. I was pretty fucking mad. GW hates elves. Yes, we know that. We know this to be true.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
I was enjoying the Aeronauticas Imperialis so much, and then the GW Elven Curse hit at the end, and I was like, God damn it. We need the Tyranids to show up on Earth when the Golden Throne finally fails so they can distract the massive Chaos Incursion while the God Emperor reincarnates after finally being allowed to die. They're jelly because Girlyman got hot GF. He did get hot GF. The other day I was talking to Amethyst on her stream, or my stream. Both? I don't remember. But I was talking to her about cosplaying Warhammer 40k characters. And we came to the conclusion that I could cosplay Yvraine. And now I dream. Is this where the retcon tier could show up to reset the timeline? You remembered the retcon tier? Oh, that's good. Oh, did I forget something? Oh, for fuck's sake. Right. Nice. The retcons have always been here. This is true. Reality bubbles before you. Ba ba ba. Hey, there's a dogmatic. Emperor, bestow strength upon me to smite yet another obstacle as I carry out your will. My master, changer of ways. Is this of your making? No, I can feel it is not. You're not playing tricks on me. You are sending me prey for a great sacrifice. Is there some ironic lesson in what is going on? Should I be looking in the mirror a little less? Or perhaps try to look at myself from the outside? Or is this a hint that I am my own worst enemy? I shall ponder this in my memoir. It's a shame that when you play as an Iconoclast, you don't get to meet the Iconoclast reflection. There are so few videos online of what it's like to meet the Iconoclast reflection here. And it's such a cool fucking conversation. It's a shame. It's really hard to find it. I think I managed to find it once, which is why I know what happens in it. But it's so fucking hard to get that conversation. Funnily enough, in one ending slide, if you hand over the Catan shard to Traz and Necrons evade the Expanse. Blah. And House Shorta and Winterscale are at the brink of extinction, whereas managed to negotiate with the Necrons comes out of the war unscathed. Lol. Make that cost me my life as yours. I wish. They created parasites from their tombs. Who is to blame for the fact that life has developed on their planets that prevents them? Look at where your doppelgangers came from. Yeah. Who are you? I am Domina von Valencius the Magnificent. And if I know myself, which I most certainly do, you are now pondering what that makes you. The answer is simple. You're my reflection from a less glorious reality. A product of the malign influence of the treasure that I seek. I am a blazing paragon of humanity, unbroken by tribulations, the first to venture into the darkness without fear, and the one who unites and brings back that which was forfeited. I am a rogue trader of the God Emperor. Speaking of me, I am the only version of ourselves who chose the path of true power. I serve the Master, the changer of ways, and I already chanced upon my reflection in his dreams. Which is why I am the only one without a dumbstruck expression on my face. So you are all me. Welcome to my reality, esteemed guests. Your reality? Funny that. Reality is malleable like clay. I feed it with the energies of the warp and shape it to match my whims. I am the mistress of realities and you are a jumped-up interloper. You seem to think you're better than the rest of us, don't you? And yet, I was the only one clever enough to become the mistress of my own fate and not be reduced to someone else's plaything or a slave to dogma. Why do you seek to enter the crypt? Claim treasure, of course. Suggests her blood is teeming with euphoric stimulants. You fucking drug addict. And I became very principled and vengeful where my treasure hoard is concerned. Right. I wondered how you acquired such an ego. The lack of pointless advice, I presume. On the day Kunrak killed Theodora, all of her officers died with her, including Mort, Abelard, Idira, Vravor, Vigdis. When I came into my inheritance, there was no one to teach me how to be a rogue trader. I handled everything myself, and I found out who Theodora von Valencius really was. A narcissistic, unscrupulous, self-serving bitch who lied to everyone. I admit I regretted not getting the chance to know her better. I embraced her principles, and I realized that literally everyone in the Corona's Expanse was out to take advantage of me. The Drusians, the Pirates, the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Cosmolica, Kalkazar, Urlon. And so the puppet pulled at the strings and made its master's dance. I dare say things turned out well for me. I would ask your ladyship to watch your language as you speak of her ladyship, Theodora. I do not know how it is in your reality, but in ours, it is customary to mind one's manners. Shut up, servant. In our reality, it is customary for lackeys not to interfere in the affairs of their betters. I have to admit, this version of you is not without a certain charm. The kind where I don't quite know if I want to throw myself at you or empty a full clip right in your face. My sweet smuggler, you're also in my world, you know. I give you a little planet, with a pretty palace and a tiny garden, after you took offense at a couple of innocent jokes about your humble origins. Throw myself at you or empty a full clip into your face. It's a tough one. Ah, Tisiphone, my sworn friend and the most overbearing shrew in all the Expanse. Of course you're here as well. Nice to see you in the thick of things as usual. What? I think you mistake me for someone else. Indeed, in this rancid reality, you are some kind of pathetic parody of yourself. if you achieved much without loyal allies. Indeed I have. I am the most influential figure in the entire expanse. Caligos was slain by the Xenos. His successor Yvain became my puppet. Instead, chases pirates, not realizing it is me who is raiding her colonies. I was able to make a pact with the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest against Kalkazar, forcing him to flee. I undertook a dozen expeditions into the unknown, moved the dynasty's capital to footfall, named Vladi my governor, and made Hieronymus as cardinal. Not too bad for a novice, wouldn't you say? We back. Had to go to Revan's stream to get the update sheet. Fair. I hope it was me who led the Reaving Tempest and not that bitch Arimaris. Oh no. Here we go. No. I butchered you in my world. Ignominiously and brutally. I can show you how. That will not be necessary. And I was almost starting to like you. This is the moment that Marjai starts slowly realizing that a rogue trader that he likes, whether it be the rogue trader who's the selfish one, which is the unaligned one, or the rogue trader who is heretical and thus is more likely to hire him, they have personalities that align with him, but because their personalities align with him, they kill him. Which makes sense. This is why I keep saying, it's like, people are like, why would an Iconoclast recruit Marjai? It's like, Iconoclast is the only one that makes sense to recruit Marjai. Sure, a heretical rogue trader might recruit Marjai, but they're extremely likely to just eventually offer him to the Dark Gods, for obvious reasons. What did I miss? You beat Kalkazar's cheeks? We're almost there. You're a parody of what a rogue trader's supposed to be, so you tricked everyone in the end. Nicely done. I feel sorry for you. You had to shoulder the burden of power all on your own. Rubbish! The burden of power is a fiction invented by the powerful to shield themselves against envy. I did just fine on my own, and I proved that near to no one else. Do you hear me? No one! Emperor, what an insufferably smug, arrogant, childish, insolent creature! How can a single rogue trader embody everything they're loathed for? Okay, now let's talk to the cursed one. I do not serve, I reign. You grovel, but I dominate and rise ever higher. You notice that your replica is sporting elaborate makeup. Under a layer of powder, the doppelganger's face looks strange, its skin covered in wrinkles. Somehow they remind you of closed eyelids? The master requests sacrifice, a living sacrifice. Toss them into the warp, their paths will be unraveled and woven into yours. Idira the Insidious. Oh god. The blackness between her teeth in place of her tongue. 100 otherworldly warp voices speak instead of her voice. Oh god. Why did you come to Epitaph? My master directed me here, revealed my destiny. This is where I will cut short the life of the Corpse Emperor's champion. I wonder at what point your soul was tainted by heresy. It happened on the day Conrad Voivir wounded me with a cursed blade. From then on, I started hearing voices. Fortunately, my companion Idira taught me how to avoid going insane, and I began to listen and heed their wisdom. They revealed secrets to me and whispered the dark rituals. I raided the Von Valencia's crypt, made a dark offering of Theodora's skull, and enslaved her spirit. I learned all of her dirty secrets, all of her lies. I saw the full picture. I realized that only the strongest survive in the expanse, and any strength is good enough to survive. In short, you've gone from being a rogue trader to being a piece of crack and shit. This is very interesting, but shut up. I have just realized. I'm not giving your spiritual fortitude the credit it deserves, Eidvater. Thank you, Wolfar. Glorified RT is just Severian too. Yeah. Guess Zinch worshippers would be the best to work with the Dark Eldar, but they don't do well next to warp stuff. Yep. Guess really Fabius Bile was the only character I can think of that got on well with Dark Eldar. Well, there's that one Dark Eldar. There's this one character. She might not exist anymore. She might have been retconned. There was this one character. I think she wasn't a witch. She was the Dark Eldar that can fly. Fuck. Forgot the name. Scourges. Scourge. Oh, hi, Haley. Tip, tip, tip. There was a female Scourge Dark Eldar who was very good friends with a Chaos Space Marine, which I think was 1,000 Suns Chaos Space Marine. I don't remember his name, though. Indeed. After hearing about the destruction of the crypt and despicable things she did, I just have to shoot that bitch. Let's go! That's my girl. That's my Adira. Most definitely. I said this as a seneschal, an officer, and the nobleman. Shoot the bitch! I love you, Avalord! Oh! Have you achieved much on your profane path? Oh, I have. My empire is no paltry protectorate. It stretches across Winterscale's domain and Chordas's. With my brother Conrad as regent, together we rule many planets. I deceived Urlon the Fool and banished him from the Expanse after subverting his cult. I taught the brazen Drukhari a lesson by sending the Urselio navigators into Komorra to cause the most powerful destruction in history. On Quetzaltemer, I struck down the furious Kalagos, a rival for the favor of the Dark Gods, and I used his blood to make a pact with the Edge of Daybreak. My illustrious teacher. Emperor, why do you so rarely send me heretics who are this eager to confess? My job would be so much easier. I love you, Heinrichs. Hans Arcelio would never swear allegiance to someone like you. We follow his light, and you are a twisted chaos incarnate. I cannot help but ask, what became of Komorra after your stunt? It was plunged into a horrifying massacre. You were one of the first to die, by the way. It appears I have managed to get myself killed in every one of your realities. It is sad to see the fruits of my own failures. Oh, do you need a hug, Marajai? Maybe a little massacre would cheer you up? We have about 5 people we could kill. Would that make you feel better? There's also Kalkazar. We can kill him too. Yeah. We'll make him feel better. Now I see that Asurian has blessed my path for in this reality. I met a human with a powerful and radiant soul, unyielding to corruption. Oh, Wirliet. Oh, Wirliet. Pretty sure you also die in every one of the other playthroughs. My dad, by the way, hell yeah. Alar being iconic, fuck yeah. Maybe a dance to cheer him up? Dance macabre. I remember you, little Xenos. I remember you and your kin begging for mercy as I sent you off, one after another, to the feast of the Lord of Pleasure. There is something hilarious about the way you're reveling in your villainy. You won't believe how little I care about what you think. You won't believe how quickly I'll shoot you between the fucking eyes. Your faith seems to be stronger than that of all of us combined. I remember in whose name the sacred warrant was granted. I remember by whose hand I am ordained to exist. I believe, and my faith is a bright light driving back the darkness, but your faith is cold embers, and when I look at you, I feel ashamed of myself. Did you come here to help Kalkazar? The future is not known to me. The Lord Inquisitor did not give me the full details of Operation Precious Sentinel, but he mentioned its importance to the entire Imperium. I have come to lend him my aid. Or to stop him, if his plans go against the will of the God Emperor. Chops the air with her hand. You notice some stiffness in the movements, as well as a subtle grimace of pain. As you look closer, you realize, lurking under the replica's clothes are chains of penance with jagged hooks, digging into her flesh. Ooh, how very Drukhari of you. Where can I get a pair? Such instruments of humility are only worn by the most fervent believers. Marajai? I have a new gift for you to give me. The heat of your hues is blinding, Lord Captain. Scarlet and gold shroud your very essence in an overpowering radiance, but deep inside I see a palpitating smudge of sable blue which you have banished, which you loathe, and which ruins the perfection of the image. Are you afraid? Of a misstep? Of loneliness? Of the Emperor turning away from you? Do not dare lay your accursed eye on me. How did you even survive the cleansing of Urak 5, monster of House Arcelio? Felak and I crushed your mad followers and purged the Navigator House of corruption. Did your heretical powers enthrall my copy's weak spirit in this reality? How ignoble. How disgraceful. Where did such piety come from? It filled me on the day that Sister Argenta and I executed Theodora for heresy. I saw all her wickedness and depravity, and I felt unclean, stained by her blood, so I swore to redeem the name of the dynasty. The Lord Inquisitor from your reality must be pleased with you. By the Exalted One, my fiery-hearted Shireen, our friendship would not have blossomed under the light of every star, it seems. You, the abject, groveling creature who chose to sell out to the arch-enemy instead of atoning for her transgressions under my guidance. Your rotten soul was reborn in cleansing flame. Holy shit. Operation Precious Sentinel is a funny name. Yeah. More like Precious Sentinel. God damn it. Wonder what happens to the Righteous Reflections kibbles. Oh boy. Is that normal that I become numb to all the Zealot monologues from humans in 40k? All those talks about Xenos and when we were returning to Zealots, it's a bit stunning. I'm used to it. You want a lore-friendly dogmatic run? Go on, call Cassia a monster. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. And how many feats of faith have you accomplished? Not yet enough. I struck down Caligo's Winterscale, a champion of Khorne. I joined forces with the benevolent Incendiacorda to purge the cult of the Final Dawn when they incited a rebellion on Footfall. And used Footfall to summon a greater demon? Holy shit! The unclean spirit is now sealed within the station that I have proclaimed forsaken forever. Oh. She is your Eitvater still. Changing sides would be... No. Ulfar! Ulfar! After the purging of Janus, the Xenos of Krudarok and the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest forged a profane alliance against my protectorate, but with the noble Space Wolves, I defeated their combined forces and banished them from the Expanse. Right. What a grotesque, impossible reality. My Cabal would never ally with our useless kin. After I beheaded the Cabal's Dracon. Fuck! The Reaving Tempest became more flexible in its approaches to alliances. Oh, my sweet, sweet poor little Mew. It appears I managed to get myself killed in every one of your realities. Yeah, that's bugged too. Yet another bug. Huh! That must have been a glorious hunt. But maybe it'll come to pass in our world too. Ulfar? It's not too late for me to change my fucking mind. Did you hear that? We massacred you wretches. He turns to Marajai. Bruh. Looks like this version of me became a mindless zealot. Vice always masks envious contempt. Situation has just become complicated. How are we going to resolve it? We fight. And then we figure out who the real rogue trader is. This version of reality has no need for you. Farewell, the ones never meant to be. Killing yourself is a peculiar form of martyrdom. Martyrdom in the name of profit.
You will beg for mercy, and I
Bottle
will
spray
grant
Ulfar.
none. No mercy to those who oppose
One can wish.
Bon Valencia.
Wolves and elves forever dancing the dance of death. Truly. Now, Marajai, I'm offering you the opportunity to get revenge.
I'll make it happen. I'll see to it.
Show them
personally.
why they should not have
I'll
killed
make it
you
happen.
in those timelines.
I am the Reaving Tempest incarnate!
That's my boy.
I will savor your delectable anguish. Behold! Savor
Woo! Oh, this is gonna be a fun fight.
I will herd the prey.
Okay, okay, okay. We got a fun one. We got a fun one. Okay. I'm okay with this.
Watch.
Fucking finally.
I yearn for agony.
Wait, that doesn't make any sense. What happened? Did he path wrong? He should not have been, he should not have had an attack of opportunity there. Huh. Autopathing killed him. I suggest neutering him, but you know, Space Marine and all. It's already neutered. Okay, so I'm actually gonna have to take that fight seriously. Unlike every other fight. Fair enough. They had all been so easy up until this point. Except Trazen. Trazen was... Well, it was still easy, but it actually took me multiple turns. Okay, then. It's gonna be one of those. But I actually have to give a shit. I should also save at the beginning of the fight. They're neutered? I thought they were adding them a third ball or something. Someone who knows Space Marine lore better than I, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm fairly certain Space Marines don't really reproduce. They took damage every time you moved. Oh, okay. I thought it was an attack of opportunity.
Have a backup plan.
Fair enough. Let me see what I can do then.
There we go. Your downfall.
The canon is that while they're technically still capable of it, their hypno-indoctrination, psychosurgery, and enhancements shut off the sex drive. Oh, okay. What about the gene seed stuff? Is that not straight in the sass? It's funny. I have no sex drive, it's never implied they are neutered. Fair enough, then. Once upon a time, Space Wolves were the only ones that had such an opportunity. But it was retconned. Fair enough. Jokes and memes. Yeah.
It's as good as done. I'll make it happen. On it. Who, if not me? I'll make it happen.
Slow and painful is the way. With grace and malice. Don't distract me.
That wasn't necessary.
A temporary setback. Mere pain won't stop me. I'll think.
What a useless plaything! Broken already?
My gut tells me it's a bad idea. I'll make it happen. On it.
I will be your undoing! I will savor your delectable anguish.
Martyrdom is the reward.
A perfect killing strike. Entertain me.
So anyway. If recruited late enough, may have managed to bang before recruitment, such as Ragnar Blackname. Soneshi Marines get turned into basically Cenobites. Some Space Marines in their teens, after all, they become Space Marines by the age of 20. There is lore that failed Space Marine aspirants, if they become serfs instead of dying, are encouraged to have children, not just to supply chapter serfs, also because of possible future aspirants. Especially if they have a compatible gene sequence for the enhancements. Guess if you're an Iron Warrior, you kind of reproduce just in the worst way possible. So much for taking the fight seriously. That was again one turn. Well, I did take it seriously. That's why it only took one turn.
The machine god grants the insight.
Theodora's inner relics, threats, and yoke.
Let us not dawdle.
Operation successful.
Taking the fight seriously means buffing Marajai before letting him off the leash. No, means buffing Marajai and actually using my other, what do you call it? Like the other abilities that I have. Like the ones with areas of attack and areas of buffs and stuff. Because I always buff him a little. Oops. But I don't always use the Grand Strategist or whatever the fuck it's called shit. What was it called? Yeah, the Grand Strategist stuff. That's the difference.
I always keep my options open. That's how it's done.
Likely used to be the symbol of an ancient Xenos dynasty. Cool. Recruitment ages seem to be 12 and 0 based on stories I've read, but some are recruited older. Huh. Okay. Today I'm learning Space Marine lore. It is probably one of the lores that I know the least about.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Pharaoh aren't true Space Marines, just enhanced humans. Huh. I'm gonna save there. I'm not getting off this fucking chair until we finish the goddamn game today. I'm not coming back tomorrow.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust. Success.
As soon as you touch the obelisk, open the pocket repository. Yeah. Ooh, nice. Pocket dimension.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Like, for instance, Luther's considered considerably smaller in height and weight than full Space Marines. I had Canon is about 6'3", when most Space Marines are 7 foot or taller. Oh, I see.
Keep your wits about you.
Energies torment the Xenos' body, dead body, destroying and reconstructing it, yada yada yada. Okay.
Duty prevails.
I will lead us to fortune. Is there money to be made?
There is a lot of cultural differences with just about every faction. Space Souls, Blood Angels do things very differently. Oh, that I know, yeah. I like... What was it? Oh, here we go again. Me to my memory. What's the name of the Vulcan chapter? Space Marines? The ones under Vulcan. Someone help me. Ah, I can't remember right now. Big boys. Yep. Sounds about right. Salamanders. Thank you, Eric. I like the salamanders.
Keep my options open.
Vulcan lives. And I
know how to take risks.
And I like the Blood Angels. The token normal dudes, they're sweet. Just don't ask them what they do about, you know, Xenos. Blood Ravens are cool too. Blood Ravens? I don't recognize the name. Which one is that? Tell me the name of the Primarch.
Let us not dawdle.
I usually remember it better that way. They don't have the same technical immortality. Full Space Marines have, whereas Space Marines are functionally capable of immortality. So Luther had to be kept in stasis and was only removed for interrogations and be asked if he repents. For 1,000 Sun successors. Oh, Jesus. Blood Ravens are the chapter from Dawn of War. Oh, from the game? They don't have a canon Primarch, but it is heavily implied that they are 1,000 Sons who were loyalists. Aw, that's cool. I didn't know the 1,000 Sons had a loyalist chapter.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Due to a shared color scheme and shared traits. Oh, okay. They kind of retconned the 1,000 Sons thing. Oh. Vulcan felt guilty for that child. Conrad Kurz messed with him because of it. At least he felt guilty. At least he felt guilty. So, should I do Nomos Ending again, or should I try to do something different today? I always do the Nomos Ending. Maybe I should do differently today. Maybe just kill everyone today. It isn't explicitly canon, but it is widely accepted the Blood Ravens are the loyalists who never got purged. Similar to the Scythes of the Emperor being loyalist Iron Warriors. Oh, cool. Honestly, the child wasn't the worst thing he's done. Fair enough. Nomos always? Okay. We will go with Nomos. Nomos is love. Submit to the Catan? No, that's no fun. That's not a fun ending. I wonder when Trazen's gonna show up to be a bitch. Okay, Inquisitor Enforcer. I see that you did not heed my warnings. When have I ever listened to the likes of you? With all due respect to you, Lord Inquisitor, I shall ask you to refrain from any further threats directed towards the Blessed Rogue Trader, unless you face repercussions from me. I would think twice. If Abelard threatened me, I'd fucking think twice. Even if he was the Emperor himself and the Abelard threatened me, I would still think twice. I recently went to a public interview with William King on the convention. He wrote some Space Wolf stuff. He said he agreed to take them strictly because they aren't that fully into the Imperium, and he hates it with his whole heart. Based. Based man right there. Gogzar, you're a moron. Don't touch the Catan. It's not a toy. True. How courteous of you to warn me, Master Viserion. I'll remember your words. I mean, it might be the last thing you do, but sure, you do well to remember them. Master Von Calyx, I'm pleased to see you. How was your journey? Illuminating, Lord Inquisitor. What are you doing here? Save the Imperium. Right. Is that why you have a Catan shard behind you? Mordechai half closes his eyes as if— oh, I love this fucking line! Hold up, I'm actually gonna read it. We call it a shard. And yes, as you have noted quite aptly, it is the reason I'm here. This construct contains an ancient, or rather pre-ancient, being of cosmic power. They were called the Catan. The entity is currently trying to escape, and I am here to collar it. Mordechai half closes his eyes as if he's just heard something incredibly inane. Grand spires of stupidity and unfathomable depths of opportunity is a dangerous combination for a single Monkey. I love him. Just sounds bad, people don't know the context, but before that, he killed a whole planet full of Exodite worshippers, I think. Ah! A giant Pokeball. Yes. Still, Vulcan is by far the nicest Primarch. I'm aware. Shows how people are in 40k, but still, Vulcan did the least. True. That's why I like him. A smoothie. Indeed, a smoothie. He has a smoothie. Stop, Kalkazar. You can't romance the Catan. We've tried. It never works. Totally would. No one in this world is capable of taming the power of a true Ingir, the Star Devourers. And if you think even a small and imprisoned part of one of them is going to yield to you, you are mad, Monkey. Mad and short-sighted. Of course the Inquisition wants to collar it. How typical. Throne, damn it, even I can see that no good can come of this rockshit crazy plan. What is this Catan shard? What the fuck's it doing here? Yada yada yada. They eat fucking pulsars. Reality itself bends to them. Yada yada. The Ingir are no mere predators, Monkey. They are just another sentient... They are not just another sentient race. The ancient tales speak of great war between the Ingir and the Old Ones, and in that war the Ingir found allies to whom they promised unbounded gifts. You have seen them, Elantak. Your species call them Necrons. The Ingir granted them everything they needed to fight their enemies, but their largesse came at a price. Tricked into a state that was neither life nor death. The Metal Warriors served the Star Devourers for eons, until they finally rebelled and confined their masters to prisons such as this one. Do you wish to be tricked by their power too? Your instinction Xenos has a point, Rogue Trader. Which isn't the same as saying she's right. The Imperium will harness this creature's power and turn it against our enemies. A fine plan, apart from the part where we'll probably get everyone killed. I commend your ability to face the facts without fear or prejudice. Uh-huh. 5 minutes ago you would have called me a heretic for that, but sure. Facing facts without fear or prejudice is an interesting way to put it. I've always been frozen out by these idiots who try to explore Catan. As with the Dragon of the Void on Mars, this is the only technology from the time of the Necrons that cannot be touched. But the Lion killed 7 Chaos Marines unarmed doing wrestling moves. Sounds based. Under any circumstances. I know. I touch it. I'm built different. You know what? Kinzang's right. I would touch it. I am built different. Man, imagine freeing Shard and Kimura. Yeah, that'd be cool. I'm pretty sure Kimura would still continue, though. That's the thing with Kimura. Every time you think you've done something catastrophically big enough to wipe it out, it just keeps coming back. They're like cockroaches, you know? How will taming this creature help save the Imperium? Power is his answer. It's a lot of words, but he says, because it gives me power. That is not the full extent of my vision. There are other shards similar to this one scattered across the galaxy. Oh, you want more? You wanna... What a horrible idea. Right, because if we just put together all the shards and we have an entire Catan, I'm sure that'll go better. That'll go so well. Nothing bad could possibly happen from that. I'll be right back while I ponder the horrifying consequences of this man's terrible plan. And also use the bathroom. Minutes away, quickly drop fake lore. Ha ha ha. Time to ponder the orb. Marja is definitely a nice cockroach. Well, all Drukhari are basically like cockroaches. And I mean that as a compliment. Just build a god to use as a weapon. That couldn't possibly go wrong. I know, right, Haley? Time to ponder the orb. Yep. Really, people underestimate how big Kamora is. They do. They do. That's why I was laughing. They call it a city, but it's more like a solar system. It's fucking massive. I mean, they're puzzle-shaped. How is he supposed to know he is not meant to put it together? You know what? That's a good point. He's going to put together a ton. A very deep sigh. Tears came to my eyes from the stupidity. That is exactly how Marta reacted. This is the point that Trazyn should show up and let you know how fully nutbags Kalkazar has gone to try that, and try to steal the shard for himself. Quite frankly, I think Trazyn should have the shard. Just because, you know, at least someone who knows how to keep it safe and contain it has it in his hands. That's actually safer for everyone. Although, it is Trazyn, and he sucks. Are there multiple sharded tons? Will he smoothie Nightbringer with Devourer? Who knows? Trazyn can have a shard. As a treat. Maybe he can. Maybe we do give it to Trazyn. Maybe we do. We'll see. I hear nothing but fear in your words. It was fear that made you believe that his grace alone is not enough to stand against the rising tide of darkness. It was fear that convinced you to seek salvation in the abyss of Xenos filth. You are no guardian of the Imperium. You are just a greedy old coward. Ooh! Beyond the authority of the Depths, but not only have you put yourself above the Lex, you are playing God! I swore to keep order in the Imperium, and now I'm just supposed to stand by and watch you do this? No. To be fair, you did break into Trazyn's secret museum and blow up a lot of stuff. Maybe he's not that great at securing stuff. You have a point, Sierra. You have a point. Maybe it will be safer with me. Because I'm built different. Well, Nomos is built different. Given the circumstance of our meeting, I do not see why I should hide anything. I seriously doubt you'll share this information with anyone else for one reason or another. Aren't you cute? How did this end up in your possession exactly? Precedent piracy running wild, blatant smuggling of Xeno artifacts, growing threat of ruinous powers, all this in a region that Drukhari consider their domain. I consider purging the entire expanse. It would have been much easier to burn down this whole tangle of threats and corruption. But the web of spies that I had woven presented me with a much more interesting and radical solution. While investigating Amarnat's connections, I turned my eye to Theodora von Valencius, who ultimately gave me the shard. Spent decades hunting for a key that could open the dimensional gate. Something incredibly waiting for her on the other side. Her ladyship was lucky enough to discover the shard during one of her expeditions, a trophy that was too much for her to handle. Archimagos Amarnat studied it on Theodora's behalf, creating weapons in exchange for access to the dangerous relic. The research was too primitive and unambitious compared to the true power contained inside the shard. I had one of my acolytes, Stanakius, and her spies to Theodora. They infiltrated the rogue traders and retinue, earned their trust, and reported to me about this magnificent object. The rest was trivial. I seized Epitaph and laid down the conditions of our further coexistence. She was wise enough to concede defeat with dignity. I signed Heinrichs to her and ordered her to rendezvous with him on Rykad Manoris. Your ladyship inherited him instead. I admit I wasn't aware of you. Theodora managed to keep her secret heir up her sleeve. It is unfortunate that I was not privy to all of the details of this plan. So instead of eradicating Theodora's misdeeds, you chose to inherit them? In the old days, House von Valencius would have declared war over something like this, and fought until the offender was dead. Damn, Abelard is pissed. Give the Spirit Stones to the Eldar and Cton Shores are going to the Necrons. It's always been right. I feel that. I wouldn't give Trazyn Nomos. I did it out of curiosity and it was like giving away your kid. Oh! Why would you do that? We do have a writ of trade signed by E himself. We could do whatever we want. This is true. To be fair, he snatched our secret warrant from our hands. Also true. It was sad. That sounds sad. What is the yoke? Containment device similar to this one, except better. See you later. See ya. I sure could deal with the Drakari. Yeah. Theft of sacraments and secrets of Adeptus Mechanicus registered. Inciting a devout tech priest to commit heresy registered. Blasphemous merging of sacred technologies with forbidden ones registered. Further transgressions registered. Discontinued. He's just done. The tech clergy of Styges 8 do not shy away from studying and using Xenos technology for the good of the Imperium. But even we would never cooperate with the Xenos directly, much less admit them to the mysteries of production. The Inquisition has suspected us of heresy multiple times, but what you are doing, Lord Inquisitor, lies far beyond the brink of heresy. You collaborated with the Drakari? Oh, here we go. Alas, the operation demanded it. Through the agents of one of my acolytes, Emelina, I contacted Archon Arimaris and made a pact. I gave her access to the technologies contained within this relic and destroyed her rivals in the Cabal. She would relay information on their raids to my spies, and I would solve the problem. In exchange, her homunculus Treventius forged the yoke for me. Of course, I did not let him near the shards itself, but rather set up a laboratory for him on Ketz Tamir. It was safer that way. All the pieces were contributing to my plan, but not had enough information to comprehend the entirety of it. So in the end, I was right about Arimaris and the Mon-Ki. I was right all along. Yep. You were. You disposed of Emelina like unwanted rubbish. Like waste material. After all her years of faithful service to the Golden Throne. Unfortunately, I had to send Emelina away and remove her from the board. A shrewd woman of principle, I used to value those qualities of hers, but suddenly they started to get in the way of my plan. It would have been safer to eliminate her before she could figure out what was going on, but I must have grown miserably over the years. Was loath to part with a good agent, or perhaps I was simply being sentimental. No mere object with treasure trove of technology, a wise master would uncover many secrets simply by observing it. Sound strategy. Knowing full well how precarious your grand plan was, I made no attempt to talk her out of it. With a little luck, we wouldn't need to worry about Kimura's influence. You underestimate the Dark City's size and its resilience. It has survived thousands of disjunctions and will survive thousands more to live on as fuel for your nightmares. Marjai is correct. That sentence is just actually objectively correct. Trazen, can you just take that motherfucker from us? I would appreciate that. Dark day when you dropped from under the trail of your rotten-wombed mother. Holy shit, bro! Don't insult his mom. She didn't do anything wrong! You loathsome traitor. While we were fighting to exterminate the Xenos, you were busy carousing with them. Since we're being so candid, I must know that you proved to be a much less convenient tool than I had anticipated. What a pack combined with the astro observation data. Stands accused of stealing the astrographic records of the Cognizance fleet. Yes, I needed stars to feed the shard. The Cabal, the Reaving Tempest could steal them and bring them here. It was imperative to preserve the exact energy parameters so as not to trigger the object's premature detonation. I procured the necessary information on suitable stars from the Explorator fleet's data scriptorium. Intravital dissection and study. Woo! And then I take it you decided to get rid of your Xenos allies. No more need of them. The theft of the Rykot star was timed to occur when Master Von Kalox would be on the planet. The Archon wanted to rob me of one of my agents and send me a message. Rykot's son vanished because of me? I still fail to see the connection between the disappearing star and the cult of the Final Dawn. How could the Xenos catalyze the fulfillment of the archenemy's prophecy? The powers of the warp knew ahead of time what was destined to happen before the cult infiltrated the planet. Before either Aurora showed up in the system. Engulfed in flame, I had to rush to the operation and declare sector-wide martial law. Second half from Euphrates. We're on the cruel where he should strike, and that almost spelled the end of the operation. I appreciate your efforts in resolving this problem. In fact, you turned out to be much more useful than Theodora was. I couldn't very well risk requesting aid from my allies in the Death Watch, could I? So you are aware. You are aware. Even the Inquisition wouldn't think that this is okay. I'm glad at least you're self-aware, buddy. And then I remembered an old debt owed to me by a Space Wolf Great Company, so I decided to call in a favor. And asked it at first. I tasked him with hunting the Xenos. I could control Thorball by giving him more tempting targets with a baleful Howl Pack. They raided an outpost where my agents had been meeting with a Drakari. Took prisoners, lost the esteemed brother Ulfar. I hoped they would give their all to the research. Instead, the wolves forced the system's coordinates out of the captives and came crashing down on my head. They had no gate to transport them. They used nothing but their warp engines. Thankfully, they realized their situation too late, so Tanaki managed to neutralize them. You will pay for this. Know that I will have my blood vengeance. I will have your death. I'll be forced, will you admit that I'm in the right and join me? I'll be upfront with you. If it is the latter, I'll be forced to remove you. That's the second time you threatened the Lord Captain. Abelard's fucking counting, buddy. I'll set Skinners on you, you filth. Category 1 blasphemy being the highest. Or can we give him to our Deathwatch Blood Angel? That'd be good. So many options. That is a good idea, good idea. The future you're creating, it blinds, it burns, it is filled with the suffering of millions. For the sake of the phantom salvation of billions. Salvation in the bosom of a Xeno nightmare. I will not let you bring this insane plan to fruition. Heinrichs, eliminate the rogue trader. I no longer recognize your authority, Lord Inquisitor. My apologies. In that case, Heinrich von Kalox, in the name of the Emperor, I hereby revoke your inquisitorial privileges and declare you excommunicati traitoris. The punishment for your heresy is death. I bid you farewell. Farewell then. I'm glad to have made your acquaintance, Domina. Despite everything. Eliminate the rogue traitor.
You will beg for mercy, but I will grant none.
Marjai?
I'll make it happen.
Have fun.
It's as good as done. Who, if not me?
I will herd the prey. It is hand. Behold. I am not a vessel for pain. I am its master.
I'll see to it personally.
Good.
On it.
I am the raving tempest incarnate! It would be beneath me to even attempt it. I yearn for agony. A euphoria of anguish!
Oh, you're gonna stay there? Right.
I'm done playing with you. Oblivion approaches. With a perfect killing strike. I'm done playing with you. A perfect killing strike. I'm done playing with you. I will savor your delectable anguish.
Where's the last one?
What Another useless plaything. Broken already?
No. It is too early. The yoke must be activated, or all is lost.
Dumbass. Nomos. Oh, my sweet little baby. This is it. The place of our origin. It was your strike, and your wish to escape your prison that begot us. But it is you, Domino, who truly ushered us into this world. So let us meet our abominable precursor together, for it is ready to break free. Greetings, Nomos. This is my first opportunity to view this entity separate from your ship's systems. What a remarkable, no, unique creature you've managed to brittle, human. It would certainly have a place in my collection. We are out of time. Now it escapes. Now! Oh boy. Oh, Nomos. My son. Brief break from Act 4 is the siege to see what's happening with Trozen. Hi! Got a similar build with Magi, but I can't seem to get it to make so many movement points.
Kneel before the Lex Imperialis.
Yeah, that's what the Necrons... Sorry, that's what the Cthulhu's afraid of. The law. Okay. Sure, why not? Why the fuck not?
It's as good as done. I'll see to it personally.
I will herd the prey.
I'll make it happen.
Behold. Don't kneel before me, freakling!
Moment of integrity. Gone.
Kneel before the Lex, or I won't let you pet my doggo. Oh shit, that is a threat. You're right. Wait, am I forgetting something? I'm forgetting something, aren't I? Oh, is it just not here yet? Am I feel like I'm forgetting something.
With grace and manners.
Oh no, I'm not. It's good. It's all good. It's okay.
Who will
I'll revel in your terror! I will be your undoing! Behold. Watch.
The prophets cannot dare to serve.
Are you done, sweetie? I have to kill them, right? I think I do, right?
Behold. Killing strike. Slow and...
Also divided into categories and even fractions. At least they were shared in the old antigen. And if we are talking from Canada, this fragment should belong to the Chronomancers because it has the strongest effect on time and space. Ah, cool.
Oblivion approaches.
Is a tapestry of contradiction.
I'll revel in your terror!
Oh, do. No! my sweet.
I'll make it happen. I'll see to it, personally.
There we go. All good. All's well.
I'd like to, but I can't. I know what I'm doing, usually.
Fuck. How do I... Of course you took Mirage Ice place. Yeah, but I think it bugged out. Or maybe that was intended? I'm not sure. Because he's still in it. Hmm.
You've got a problem. I've got a prize. I can Jai Hedari. Remember the name. Never cross a Kazbalik. How about no? Me? Never in 1,000 sectors.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Fuck.
I'll
Iliad.
show you why navigators are feared.
If I must.
There's no day that ends in Y from Marzi.
This tedium is beneath me. If it serves your cause. I understand your intent. Ancestors guide me. If it's no weakness is hidden from my sight. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
Do not dare ask. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
You cannot force me, Elantak. Fortune favors the swift.
The audit, one less.
One down.
Accepted.
I approach the designated position.
Get me a target. Not sanctioned to do this.
Pussy.
For the throne's glory. Let's see to it. Naturally. But of course, the Inquisition sends their regards. Let's only
Yet iron knows no pain.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. For the throne's glory.
Do not disturb the great enemy!
Holy terror, smite your
There we go.
enemies.
Yeah, that looks like a big fucking skill issue, buddy. Uh-huh. It was begotten by the dark abysses of the past. It is a fragment of the ash which devours stars. It knows no benefit other than its own. Allow us to stand against it. This is our time, our impossible chance. Okay. Do not listen, reject the promises, do not allow your mind to be clouded and talk. No one is capable of receiving everything, or granting everything, not even a start of varying anger. And this shard of an anger cannot even grant itself freedom. That's a very good argument, actually. Theodora, you're a massive bitch, and my only sadness is that I couldn't kill you myself. Hi, Eris. Hey, big girl. Big, fluffy, cute girl. Nomos? If our birth ever had a purpose, then it is here and now. Why do you call it your precursor? Because that is what it is, and what we are. We have told you before about Theodora's ambition, Amernat's mind, the ship's cradle, and Epitaph's secret. One sprouted into another, and spurred yet another. Thus, Nomos were born. We were but an echo of the shard's power, an echo that left its prison, but we have become something so much more with your help. What do you do? Clash with the precursor, touch it, absorb it, so that the reflection becomes the object reflected. So that the shard becomes Nomos. Then, and only then, will its threat be eradicated forever. Hi, Auntie, you suck. Yeah, that is how I feel about Theodora. Oh, Eris, big girl. Oh. You think you can do this? We stand at the threshold of probabilities, and outside the bounds of the predictable. It is beyond possible to know whether we can or cannot. But we believe that we can, that this is what drives us to try. And if we succeed, we will obtain power beyond compare. We will become a shield against any threat, in whatever form it may manifest itself. I have made my decision then. Thematic payoff for Iconoclast has to be raising an offshoot energy consciousness of a celestial sun vampire into a good guy. Fuck yeah. Act now, my child. We are ready for the most important battle of our life. Wish us luck. Oh, good luck, sweet one. You can clearly sense the battle raging, a clash of two beings. Fuck off, Traz, and I swear to God, if you show up, I will stab you. I will stab your incorporeal fucking body. Redefines the very notion of power, but it has a weakness, one that you can see only now. With the shard and its rival standing face to face, the shard is just that. A shard. It is incomplete. It is not whole, and it cannot be what Catan was before. What opposes the shard is something entirely different. An undivided, sentient being with a clear purpose in mind, akin to a well-aimed arrow. And the one who fletched and loosed this arrow was you. The battle goes on and on and on and on. And running the course of time, but you do not need the gift of clairvoyance to know who will emerge victorious.
I'm watching your back. Always.
Thanks, Heinrichs. There we go. We have our child. The Catan shard was transmuted into a new form, and their name was Nomos. I like to think so much about how RT will explain to its heir what Nomos is. Look, child, it's your big brother. Yeah. Woo! The young star god watched over the Chronos expanse, their new domain, with curiosity. Gathering its bleeding worlds together again, the rogue trader dared to build something more noble and civilized than the Expanse. A haven for those drifting and unprotected in the strict hierarchy of the Imperium. It would be an unbound frontier where freedom and compassion were not wholly extinct. The shackled monster under Von Valencius' control ensured the survival of the fledgling utopia. The Star God destroyed all who threatened its peaceful civilians, and instilled fear in those of little faith. The Expanse tasted the sweet fruit of freedom and tolerance with reverent fear. The Imperium could not forgive such insolent deviation from the order prescribed by Holy Terra, The von Valencius dynasty was accused of seditious formation of their own empire. An invasion fleet gathered in the Calixtus sector, and the young utopia did not outlive its creator. Protecting the young kingdom of freedom, Nomos created dimensional barriers that cut the Chronos Expanse off from the Imperium more soundly than the Great Rift. The humanity of the Expanse was left in isolation, relying only on themselves. They either had to build something new or different from the Imperium, or fall to the horrors lurking in the darkness. These two, like, thingies in a row, they contradict each other, but whatever. Does that mean Nomos is the heir to Rogue Trader Dynasty? Technically, no, because he's an adopted child. Do they get the warrant of trade if you're done once you're done with it? No, because you need to be of the same blood as the Rogue Trader to be able to get the warrant. Unfortunately. Submit really into the Imperium, but close to the hearts of many. Anyone who could not resolve a dispute or was denied justice rushed to us. Autobiography became a landmark of literature in an iconic twist. The numerous manual copies made during littered with so many distortions and reinterpretations, the centuries later, no widely available version of the text contained even a single word of truth. Oh well. The original publication has become an object of speculative trade among enterprising collectors, and secret underground auctions are sometimes held in which noble buyers are prepared to part with entire worlds and void ships just for the chance to possess a manuscript of such incredible value. Oh, yes. A humanitarian rule from the foundation of the Valencian School of Philosophy. The sect united commoners and aristocrats in the belief that for the Imperium to flourish, it should stop seeing its subjects as mere tools. This dangerous heresy was denounced in many systems, but persecutions only hardened and multiplied its followers. Nice. Having learned a bitter lesson on footfall, like over fanatical zeal. Dark legacy of abominable Aspis reared its ugly head. An insidious dominion gradually devolved into a nest of criminals and pirates. Sounds like a you problem. Adamantly refusing augmetics. Okay. Thanks to patronage of the von Valencius dynasty, the cult of St. Drusus was successful in spreading its influence across the expanse. Overshadowed, the cults of other saints lost their followers and faced a harsh choice: submit to obscurity or swear allegiance to the ideals of Drusus the warrior. A man called Chaplain took cover. He hid his name but not his crimes. With the resolve of experienced Voidfarer, he steered the cult and even his followers believers on military expeditions against brigands, enforcing order and converting depraved captives to the faith. Rapid, unrelenting expanse campaign. Yep. Engulfed the entire Cognizant fleet. Soon the Civil War was over. Disregarding the commandments of their forefathers, the explorators started down a dangerous path of new comprehension, creation, revision procedures, and algorithms. The fleet was united once more, and in its unity, it was ready to stare down any horrors standing in the way of the catechism of maintenance and operation. Objagon 22, one of the first to hail the return of the Messiah, took the helm of the Mother Squadron of the Cognizance fleet, unquestioningly embracing the teachings of discontinuing the cycle. He personally saw to the crushing of any renegades who did not accept the Messiah's word as truth, and earned himself the identifier Chrome Scourge. Nice. Profitable deals were made with the Fellowship of the Void, Fellowship Dens, Sincere Pirate. Representatives took kickbacks from traders in exchange for safe passage. We're safe from the Fellowship's attacks mostly. Hoped to live by the law. We seemed they were finally on the path to peaceful life. The Imperial Navy conducted a flash raid and destroyed all their ships. Kazbalika thrived on the riches it acquired. To deny its right, died quick and brutal deaths. Vladayim survived 14 assassination attempts and thwarted no less than 2,000 schemers before a shot finally took his life. Aww. The esteemed liege's funeral was held in great secrecy, with only his closest entourage being permitted to view his corpse, which spawned some peculiar rumors. Ah, he's alive. He faked his death. Let's fucking go. That's my boy. That's my fucking boy. No more ties, no more bureaucracy that takes over centuries of process. Peak ending. Multitude of agreements. Captains were eager to patrol the Protectorate. Title in exchange for their excellent skills, value their newbie friends, and enjoy more gold in their uniforms. Excellent trade. After 3 decades, traveled to the mall to return to the Imperium in hopes of obtaining the fabled warrant of trade. It is not known how this venture ended. Aww. That's cute. Apostasy became apparent. Fulfilled its duty and fought the Von Valence's dynasty, but all of Dargonos ended in resounding defeat. The surviving ships fled to distant systems. Disheartened but not broken, the captains vowed to rebuild their forces. Crucial reason for the defeat was that half of them joined my side. Yep. The protracted search for a marshal had so weakened the other survivors that their new leader had to spend the rest of their life restoring order within the organization. Until it became the capital of the Corona's expanse. Let's go! The planet was like a giant magnet whose pull held together the worlds of the expanse, absorbing the treasures and vices of the sector. Shameless nobility flocked to Dargonos in search of the forbidden pleasures. Its librariums harbored dangerous volumes, and its dark corners harbored dangerous people. The rule of law could not reach the tops of the spires, shrouded in a veil of sinister and mystical rumors. I need you to understand that this is worded in a very, like, negative way, but this is literally just every other Hive fucking world. That's literally just every other Hive world. Kyabagama washed off the stain of its former defilement, became known as a pious and productive world. Nul Caliph drew millions of pilgrims. Its sacred calculation continued for centuries. Janus was conquered, the Xeno spirits were exorcised, and the wilderness was subdued. The fields grew until they covered the entire planet. Billions of tons of provisions were harvested there. Janus had become the breadbasket of the expanse, and to threaten it would be to condemn millions to starvation. It became a melting pot for cultures from hundreds of worlds, taking in refugees from across the entire expanse in its darkest hour. It became a stronghold and a symbol of hope. After the crisis passed, the refugees started to return to their home planets and to reclaim the lost worlds, thus earning Janus the proud name, the home of the Hey, let's fucking go! The home of the Reconquista. That's cute. As a Portuguese person, that's fucking cute, bro. Despite grim expectations, the coexistence of humans and Eldari did not lead to enmity. Aww. All those trees you had to burn for Janus was super worth it. I still feel very uncomfortable about that. Janus had faced many trials, and the struggles against them brought two peoples together. They did not develop an affection for each other. They learned to speak with no weapons in their hands. More than one dangerous xenophile schism was born on Janus. Based. The minds of Veabus, yada 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 yada. Most fearsome warriors, okay. Trade their lives for the right to leave the eternal darkness of their minds. The harsh Veabus 6 became a land of trials capable of testing one's righteousness. The repentant and the zealous alike flocked there to be purified and toughened by its poisonous atmosphere. The Grim Guard was established, an order of crusaders who guarded the purity of the expanse, renowned for their tenacity and feared for their unyielding fanaticism. Turned into a spiritual center. That's nice. Clad in golden power. Rules went there to be anointed for greatness, criminals for penance, and the righteous for encouragement. There was no end to them in sight. Again, so many of these seem to almost contradict each other, or maybe they're just meant to be in different time frames. 30 deeds under the cover of holy vestments, their power steadily grew. It is hardly surprising that a few years later, the hierarchs of Fallstone recognized the blood relationships between their patrons, the Von Valence's dynasty, and St. Cognatus himself. Of course! The fate of the pure-voiced prophet, guardian of the hallowed crucible, was a sad one. After visiting 7 worlds and bestowing the blessings of transformation upon them, he perished at the hands of the bloodthirsty Drukhari pirates, along with his retinue and the priceless Laralik. Marjai. You didn't have to. Zarkovians, who had become the Rogue Trader's personal guard, kept all who dared to challenge her authority in a state of fear. They were peerless in covert operations, which often concluded without a single shot being fired. Based. Entire enemy camps would be found slaughtered by their own comrades, driven mad by the Zarkovians' secret weapon, acoustic signals from the Drover's extratic vocal organs. A saying emerged in the expanse about any who went missing, namely, that they had been carried off by Zarkov's shadows. With the fall of their unholy patron, the edge of daybreak, the cult of final dawn perished as well. Left without a mission or a leader, were bearers retracted to the depths of the Materium. Bloody assault on Footfall. Was exterminated or enslaved, and such the God Emperor was badly damaged. Recovering from Corda's regime, Footfall reclaimed its status as the trading hub. The Footfall Partisans Militia, a well-equipped mercenary army that, yeah. Changes endured on the station long after. Poor houses opened by the order of the rogue traders saved many hungry and homeless from death. Unfortunately, this disrupted the station's delicate ecosystem. No longer freezing to death in empty compartments or tormented by epidemics, those who lived in poverty on Footfall began to choke the station, leading to a sharp rise in crime. Organ traders, illegal augmetic specialists, and savage gangs of Anvers proliferated. That is a false. That's not quite how that works. The blame for those happenings isn't on me improving their, how do you say? It's not on me improving their lives. It's on them being alive for long enough to realize that Footfall's a fucking shit show. The blame is on whoever made it a shit show, which is Vladaim and before him Kalagos and in the meantime Corda. Not on me. I'm the only person who did anything nice there. That everyone else dropped the ball is on them, buddy. I don't like the phrasing on that particular text because it makes it sound like I did something nice for Footfall, and this resulted in Footfall's fall. And it's like, no. Footfall was already falling. It had a very slow death in its horizon, basically. Me improving their lives simply caused them to be alive long enough to realize how shitty everything was and then do something about it. Which could have led to nice things if someone else picked up the slack, but apparently my character didn't and no one else did, so that's what you end up with. Yeah. Left without a sun, Rykad's system ceased to exist. It's now frigid planet, spun away into darkness. A century later, a fragment of Rykad Minoris entered the Fribundus system and was snared by void miners. A piece of its rock was delivered to Footfall with reverence and used in restoration of the God Emperor statue. Nice! Took up study of Thesertium. Oh, this one. Yeah, this was pretty bad. Bend the sinister rock to their will, and find their sorcerer's powers severalfold, turning them into a source the Expanse has had to reckon with ever since. Okay. Yeah, I didn't really know what to do with the Thesertium. I couldn't remember, so I just memed about it. Just whatever. Rumors of the rotting remains of an Eldari craft world spread around the Expanse. Sportors, privateers, Kazbalak agents, anyone hungry for easy money, all rushed to frontier systems to vie for a piece of the prize. Some were swallowed by the warp. Others perished in skirmishes. The most skilled and fortunate returned empty-handed. A colossal ship as big as an imperial world simply vanished. Legend of the Forbidden Treasure lives on and continues to bring daring souls to ruin. That's their problem. Half a century later, 50 years trembled to the echo of Eldari war songs. Myriad warbands appeared out of nowhere, leaving a trail of bodies in their wake before disappearing into Webway gates, masterfully hidden from the eyes of the Monkey. The children of Assyrian had come to avenge the death of the craftful Krudarok. Their woeful retribution lasted many decades until both races were war-worn and out of blood to spill. Genis was among the worlds hit by the savage retribution of the Xenos, but before the Great Slaughter could make the planet's irrigation canals run red with blood, the Farseer Muaran emerged from the forests to address the Avengers. Having convinced his kin to stay their hand, he and his people departed Janus. Thank you, Muaran. That was the nicest thing you've done for me all day. Spirit Monolith, purified, was hidden from the insatiable eyes of the Monkey. Dynamic rifts, that's good. Somewhere on the other side of the reality lay Kimura. Woven from manifold and misfortune experienced by the Dark City became another scar on its appalling face. Continued its flight through the webway. Along with its unchanging ruler, the leader of the Cabal of the Black Heart, and the most dangerous of all Drukhari, Azrael Vect. The fall of the Cabal, the Reaving Tempest, united Kimura for a brief and bloody moment. The elites of the Dark City set their squabbles aside. Fate of the Reaving Tempest. Nothing lasts forever, say the city itself. However, participants of the cannibalistic feastings soon came to regret their rapacity. After rallying around Marjay Zariush, the surviving warriors of the Reaving Tempest delivered a surprise counterattack. Many of the plundering Cabals lost so many fighters that they in turn became tempting prey for vultures. By throwing this bloody carry-on to the scavengers, the Reaving Tempest seized its chance to survive and return to its former strength. That's my fucking man. That's my fucking boy. The story has no good ending, just bad ones and terrible ones. Yeah, I've noticed. As they were leaving the Necron systems, Nomos destroyed every tomb world of the ancient Xenos. Some eternal strife had awakened within the young deity, demanding that the planets of the undead be obliterated. The tithe taken from Lethos was a lifeline for many dying worlds in the expanse. Oh, nice. Began objecting to the volume of aid they were receiving, while others altogether balked at paying their tithe. In the end, all too many of them came to waste their precious gift of life on bloody revolts and senseless infighting. That's okay. Still better than them dying. That's just objectively better. Platform. With resources from many cycles, turning the planet into a full-fledged mining world under the leadership of a new elevated artisan Decabolus. The loss of the station was all the more grievous when the Xenarite sect that had seized control of Turquoise revolted and cut off supplies. Are you serious, brother? Physical augmentation spread far and wide across the Corona's expanse. I didn't use a single augment. I did not use a single augmentation on anyone. What the fuck, Alcat? Machines installed on the ship allowed many of the Doctrine. Oh, you mean because I used it on other people, right? Keeping Marjai alive made more Dark Elves but dead? Technically, yes. So there you go. Even in that front, you lose Arak. Get fucked. The secret healing machines installed on the ship allow many of the Lord Captain's entourage to continue their service to Protectorate, either willingly or unwillingly. What the fuck? Again, I didn't give anyone augmentations. Throne lifted the veil of eternal preservation of life and metal for the Genitors. Secret technologies allow the tech priests to create augments that could completely replace the delicate processes of human body, save lives even in the most hopeless case. Rumors of the miraculous archaeotech spread through the expanse, drawing both pilgrims seeking salvation and those who wish to seize control of the relic. Soon a sect known as the Cult of Inexhaustible Progress emerged from among those augmented by the throne. Its followers staged a mutiny and attempted to forcibly augment other crew members. After the cultists' demise, their conduct was deemed as a sign of madness in the throne's machine spirits, and the throne was declared anathema and destroyed. Oh well, it lasted for as long as it did. The installation of implants in ordinary people became so widespread that the practice ceased to be an oddity. Nice. Dynasty to rebuild and strengthen many of its possessions. But the number of incidents caused by negligently installed or poorly maintained implants soared. Well, yeah, if you increase the number of implants being stored, you increase the number of problems. The lower decks of the Rogue Trader flagships teemed with half-decayed subjects seeking salvation in yet more metal. The culmination of this was a plague epidemic that cut down thousands upon thousands of unfortunates in one ill-fated warp jump. Oh well. The ship suffered huge losses, including a large portion of the working population, as well as both chirurgeons. Oh, now that's sad. Who had tried in vain to save those who still had hope. Aww. Vanquished it in battle, spread, was restored, its power was strengthened. The truth, however, was that many years later, Trazyn the Infinite returned to the Expanse, this time with the sole purpose of claiming the legendary Rogue Trader as his complete and undisputed possession. The outcome of that confrontation is unknown, and the latest mentions of it have been lost to time's abyss. They're not gonna tell me. They're not gonna fucking tell me. You cunts. I see how it is. They're not gonna fucking tell me. This is cool though, because this implies that if they ever decide to make a sequel, they have an excuse to have the Rogue Trader show up, no matter how far into the future the sequel is. Captain Zoriel, who miraculously escaped a terrible fate through the interventions of the Emperor's Anointed, survived the fall of Muzeon and returned to his brothers-in-arms. The knowledge he brought with him to the chapter aided the Xenos Slayers in the battles to come. We already know this one. Her body was built into the bridge itself. Thanks to Lord Captain, Idira and Vigdis became close again, mending their sundered friendship. And they were friends! Oh, hi, Haley. They were often seen talking at the card table over glasses of Amasek. The pale cheeks of the Voxmaster would brighten with color after such encounters, a sight as rare as a void kraken. Enjoying those precious moments, the good friends tried not to dwell on how long either of them had left. He sought permission to retire. For the orphans who had died, the children were given an excellent execution. Thank you so much, sweetie. Warden, one of the capital world's hives, reconciled with her cousin Macarius, albeit only after a while. The reconciliation was at any rate easy to overlook during gatherings of capital world nobility where Jocasta and Macarius would waste no opportunity to have a ferocious row. Lovely. Defending his words from cursed words spewed by the Meteorium, sealing the sound of those words in his mind, he preferred a horrible death to a repetition of his shameful past mistakes. Rest in peace, Zach. Of his sector, left in charge of cerebral reflection till the end of his days, when age and fatigue took his strength and talent. Remains were used in the creation of a Medicae servo skull by Genitor Friends. This great honor allowed him to continue toiling for the benefit of the rope trader. His life to researching implants capable of replicating the precision of a chirurgeon's hand movements. Assisted him in his research and dictated to the assigned servo skull one of the most comprehensive treatises of the nature of augmentation Chronos Expanse. Managed to strategically distribute the Protectorate's vanishingly small military forces, but the poor discipline of her recruits compelled her constant presence on the battlefield. During one such operation, she was killed by her own regiment's misaligned gun. Well, that's your problem, sweetie. Care more about preserving the influence of his line than well beginning. The drive stem went down. Let's go. Rapak family splintered into warring factions, spent centuries locked in a violent struggle. Don't care. To the last, despite all the rumors of the contrary, finding little affection amongst his subjects or family, he stayed true to himself, remaining a forthright, severe, pious person. Macarius strived to ensure that every soul in his charge felt justifiable dread before both him and the God Emperor. So the dynasty faithfully and loyally, amassing more and more power. A century later, they had finally gained the respect enjoyed by other noble houses, yet power and luxury can dull any blade. Now pampered and idle aristocrats were scarcely recognizable as the descendants of the formidable Seneschal Rossarian. That's okay. Executed her duties irreproachably, even found time to school the younger generations of her family. Equally skilled mentor, chancellor, and political operative. After a century of immaculate service, she surprised everyone by leaving her position, becoming the first mate on a trade ship. She would later admit, like a true Rossarian, that she'd always had a passion for ships and voidfaring. Became intertwined for a time after the marriage of Sestardia and Vincent. The great sadness of the couple and the great amusement of the spiteful Dragonis nobility, their marriage produced no children. Just like her ancestors, Sestardia, Rossarian, Gaprak dedicated her life to service. Crushed by the events that shook the stability of his house and his inability to provide an heir, Vincent lived in his wife's shadow. Get fucked. When his time came, he passed away without notice. Nocturne! Visited the Expanse once again, sneaking onto Dargonis. He came to Rogue Trader's palace, left her a special gift, a case of Eldari crafting, unmistakably ancient and precious, adorned with the rune of an eye inside a triangle. Only the Lord Captain knew what it contained. The Harlequin candidly warned her that he was drawing the Von Valencia's dynasty into a deadly dance, a shaking doom, that all will freeze within the threads of terror's doom. Then he promptly departed, and not without reason. A few hours later, assassins from the Dark City appeared, following his trail, and were mercilessly killed. Their armor bore the sign of the Cabal of the Black Heart. Get fucked. After months of searching, they found him. Marajai confirmed the guilt of the deceased Inquisition's agent. Not that anyone believed it, I'm sure. Yeah. Maeve's rules government was short as it was memorable and capable of turning down any common folk suffering. She focused every effort on helping those in need. Walked right into its trap. The Phesmophorius took the young woman in its embrace, and all that remained in her memory was a handful of mournful songs, hummed in secret by a few grateful commoners. That's okay. I don't care. Adalia! Settled worlds of the Expanse into many uncharted ones. In all the time that Adalia was captain, her ship never once fired on a civilian vessel. Beautiful. She instilled cross infection. Chronos Expanse was laid bare. A wave of purges rolled across many worlds, with enraged rabble, and planetary guards. Most of them were, of course, ordinary, abject, genetic misfits and luckless rejects, but their lives were a small price for the sector's purity. Siberian von Valensis' ship vanished without a trace in the void beyond the bounds of the Protectorate. Some time after, the flagship received astropathic messages with reports of Siberians' encounters with ominous wonders and inconceivable horrors. After a few years, they stopped as well. In the final dispatch, the resurrected ancestor of House von Valensis promised to deliver a farewell gift to the dynasty, but his ship never again crossed the borders of the space known to humanity. Rose above his rivals, never again. The bed surrounded by his grieving loved ones. In the secret of the great respect and gratitude she felt towards the Lord Captain. Found very quickly, became our heroes of legend. Sealing hope and inspiration. Yeah, the conflict between Imperium. Yep. They asked for a former commander. It's okay. Unable to choose between the order she had created and the person without whom she could not have completed her journey, she stepped down from her position and went into exile. Despite everything, love for her among the people of the Expanse only grew. Argenta would be the heroine of songs and tales for centuries to come, a radiant angel who would appear in the darkest hour to protect innocence from the forces of darkness. Weak and little-known rogue trader dynasty led by a young and ambitious leader ambushed and captured Jai Haidari in order to appropriate her wealth. The von Valensis' fleet strike was lightning fast, but Mistress Haidari could not be saved. She died in the hands of her voracious captors. A loyal and dutiful servant of the... He went on to become an outstanding bridge officer and a true void wolf. Visited many systems, rules in Transparency, but never set foot on his native Darkness and saw his family again. Received both the Inquisitor's Rosette and the duty of defending the sector. Declared a relentless war against the enemies of humanity. Assassinated by a criminal cartel. Some say the Caswell Commission, sick of the unrelenting servant of the law, was involved in Inquisitor's killing. I fucked up something. Cause Jai? No, wait, no, she's not. Anyway. Nova Tor, tasked with the dress enough for the duration of her reign. She patiently worked on uniting the feuding branches. Okay, they managed. Common burden of assuming a high position, though their friendship was short-lived, as they could not overcome the gravity of their duties. They exchanged gift out of respect for each other, and to honor the memories of the journeys they had shared. Asa used Cabela's blood to paint an incredible piece, which became a relic of the Bloodspun web. Cabela in turn assigned one of her best spinners to act as Cassia's bodyguard. Many years later, this spinner was rumored to have ended Cassia's life on the Nova Tor's own orders when her body could no longer resist the strain of mutation. Several more years after Rogue Trader's grand campaign, despite her short life, she left behind many legends. To accept her fate, she found guidance where she least expected it in the wisdom of the Bloodspun web. Looked to her future not without regret, but without fear. There were an empty table in the common area of the officer's deck that had an intricate labyrinth carved into the tabletop. None of the crew sat at that table, out of respect for the quiet and candid conversations once shared by a Cycron servant of the Undying Emperor. Idira vanished from her post. Jai disappeared with her. When Jai returned many cycles later, she declared that Idira's last days had been full of joy and adventure. I can't read that part, okay? It's very sad. God damn it. Ah! I hate that. I hate that fucking end screen thing. The Amarnat Collective instilled terror. Yada yada yada. Fuck it, whatever. Infernal Forges of the Dark Mechanicals. This march of reindoctrination was meant to seize the stolen secrets of the instrument. Only rare records of its astropathic messages were ever intercepted. To use his service, in unity with 5 companion minds, he rediscovered the joy of direct cognitive communication, unmarred by inborn otherness. Joyfully described the images, concepts, and ideas that the Omnisci revealed to him, fulfilling his function. He overflowed with the exaltation of efficiency. I'm happy for him. Shadow Baron Jai is the one who saves Anrix. I know. I remembered. Azira didn't explode into warp horror. I know. Getting an ending with every girl aside from Cassia. Iliette Lemnevis lost faith in her kin. She accompanied the rogue trader for a time. After finding serenity, making peace with death, gathered like-minded individuals around him. People were willing to grant a merciful death to unfortunates. A group of philosophers quickly turned into a community. Many seeking deliverance managed to obtain it before the ecclesiarchy declared the sect heretical and subjected it to severe persecution, of course. Pernicious ideas spawned by Febris took deep root among the explorators, sprouting countless disputes and strifes within the ranks of the Omnisci's servants. More and more members of the Adeptus Mechanicus were seduced by the Xenorites' philosophy-based, redirecting their limitless passion for knowledge into a study of xenotechnology-based. Visited Eogan often, spending time engaged in philosophical discussions, and, of course, Xenos finds, and over the years, the unusual friendship between the cult trader grew stronger. One day, at the end of yet another visit, Jai left the laboratory without her neck augment, and for the first time in many years, she drew a deep breath without reconstructed organic lungs. Ooh! No greater transgression before the Undying One than to attempt to challenge his decisions. So the wandering philosopher Eogan and his followers spread throughout the expanse. Adamant and unquestionable, Cabela personally made the Undying One his will a reality, and it is said Manipulus only smiled bitterly when the spinner's blade severed his head from his body. Thanks, Cabela. Now you're now Pascal 2.0. Remain in the ranks of the Adeptus. Abelard. Spent most of their infrequent meetings playing Regicide. Aw, this is recorded by games soon found their way into collections of the best ones ever played in the Expanse. Nice. And were later referenced by many a noble Regicide aficionado. Passed away, he could finish the last match. Solmorn attended his funeral in full dress and regalia and placed a Regicide piece on his grave. Fuck Eogan, I guess. Well, people always end up getting killed by other fucking companions. I'm so used to it by now. Pascal is a thing, you know. Marjai, who added the title of Voidfur to his name, returned to Camorra, to the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest, which had survived persecution against all odds, and awaited the comings of its rightful master. The new Archon, despite rumors connecting him to the death of the leader of the Cabal, the Black Heart, gained Vect's favor and the respect of the Dark City, destroying and absorbing several smaller Cabals. The Reaving Tempest once again rose to the zenith of its sinister glory. That's my boy. Years later, Marjai's name resounded again. Yeah, I know. He killed Astarion. That sucks. I don't care. Though he left, Marjai never could fully part with the rogue trader, as their unbreakable bond went beyond simple passions. The Inhuman was seen many times in real space at the side of the Lord Captain, who had forced the indomitable Marjai to recognize her as an equal. Bloody orgies aboard the Dynasty's flagship spawned blood-curdling legends. There were also whispers of mysterious attacks on Von Valencia's enemies by Aziriash subordinates. That's my boy. Became the pack leader, taking the place of Thorvald. Years later, Ulfar found a battle in which he could meet his honorable death. Warp was suddenly torn asunder, and ships from Fenris, bearing the mark of the wolf head, came to his aid. Saved from the battlefield by his loyal companion Halbrand, accepted the honors of the Dreadnought, and was entombed in sacred armor. Oh. During the blessed ritual, he cursed and demanded to be left to his death. But his brothers merely answered with mirthful laughter. When he recovered his senses, Ulfar led his forces to the hidden stars. The Allfather had given him a new mission in near-death vision. No one in the expanse has heard word of the Space Wolves since their departure, yet many believe that one day they will return victorious. Treachery, faced with a superior enemy, the Space Wolves called on their allies for help. A nearby squadron of the Cognizance fleet withdrew, defiantly broadcasting that the blood debt to Archmagos Amarnat is not forgotten. What blood debt? The fucking final... The ending slides are broken again, guys. What blood debt? Am I forgetting something? Whatever. So there's the echo of these have transformed the Cronus Expanse. Okay. Throbal broke up Amarnat's schism on Xavier's orders. Okay. Why not? Whee! The wolves left Amarnat to die. I'm not sure. Or killed him because of Kalkazar? I'm not sure though. Because Amarnat was split. So he was alive. Kinda. Anyway, whatever. Still, several of those endings were still bugged, but they're bugged in different ways since the last time. There's a dialogue in Euphrates between Paskar and Ulfar that's missable. Oh, okay. Sure. Sure. I love how reading the ending slides literally takes you half an hour. And I wasn't even reading all of it. Pascal always ends up killing someone. But I wanted different endings this time, so I did things differently, and now I'm getting different deaths from Pascal. He should just always kill someone different. Holy shit, it never ends. What's next? I'm not sure if I'll stream tomorrow. Usually when I finish games I take 1 day break, but I might, if I'm feeling it, I might be here tomorrow. But the game will be Gothic Remake. We could get some Trials in Time fuckery for those credits. I agree. Holy shit. Please let me do this faster game. I think this shit's in fucking alphabetic order and we're still on the letter E. Fuck this. How'd you like the new DLC? It was pretty fun. I liked it. It's quite fun. I'm so tired and it's well past 11. I'm not supposed to be here. Gothic, the game I never played. Me neither. It'll be fun. Okay. I will see you guys either tomorrow or Thursday. We'll see.